bin auf Kanal 15. Hallo, hallo. Herzlich willkommen beim AIS Summit auf Kampnagel. Hallo, hallo. Haben wir einen Kanal? Haben wir zwei Kanäle? Haben wir drei Kanäle? Wir haben zwei Kanäle. Das ist schön. Es ist nicht der Nord-Ostsee-Kanal, es ist der Funkkanal. Aber wir haben den Kanal noch nicht voll. Erst heute Abend. Okay, okay, wunderbar. Wunderbar, wunderbar, schön, schön. Wo ist das Teil? Hallo, hallo. Hallo, hier spricht der Erfinder der CDEFCON.
and then stuff comes out. That's these ones here. You can see the levels there. They're coming in. That's what they were trying to. You have to. Yeah, I'm going to control it from here. Yeah, I just prefer the black.
One, two, three. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
mal an. Hallo, 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 hallo. Test, Test. Hallo, hallo. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the, honestly, I don't know which number AIS Summit we are doing today. Maybe somebody here can answer the question. Number, what? Number 4? No, I think it's 5 or 6. So we started in 2011. And then it was not, we tried to do it every 2 years, but we did not manage. Now we have 2025, and I'm very happy that so many people from all around the world came to this place, which is a quite historic place. So we are here in, Hamburg is a historic city, but we are here in, the area is called Kampnagel, so that you know. And Kampnagel was, back in the days, an old crane manufacturer. So they built cranes for ports, and they built all the cranes that they put on the ships. And then in the 60s, with containerization and so on, they got into trouble, and then this whole thing changed into a cultural center, and now it is well known for arts, for dancing, for events and things like that. The company who was here, this crane company, was later bought by another big German company called Mannesmann, which is from my hometown in Düsseldorf, and my uncle was working for Mannesmann, and they were also in the steel business. Did big pipes and were one of the #1 German heavy manufacturers. And they had one guy in the company, and he was looking into mobile phones and was more or less first on the site in this well-known German steel company, was developing one of the first mobile networks in the Germany. And tragically, they become very big and very successful, and later Vodafone bought them, the Mannesmann, and they were only interested in the mobile phones and not in the steel and in the pipes and no nothing, and they sold it on the site, and that is all scrapped now. So this also shows a little bit that the heavy industry moves also forward to more and more digitalization, and this is a little bit symbolized here on the ground. And now we are talking also, not on cranes on a ship anymore, but we are talking about radio technology, we are talking about AI, we are talking about software, hardware, and I'm happy that so many people from the industry are here together. We are meeting here also today because I got a phone call almost a year ago from my very good friend Peter from Bulgaria. Peter is here. Peter, probably everybody, I don't know if everybody knows Peter personally, but I think everybody knows AIS Hub and Vessel Finder. And he's the creator of AIS Hub, so he's one of the free sources of AIS. And Peter called me and said, hey, it's maybe time to meet again. He's from Bulgaria, Sliven. He said, I was there, I think 2 times in my life. I said, okay, let's do it in Sliven. He said, hey, maybe not everybody wants to go to the Sliven, let's do it in Hamburg. So we are here now. Please clap a hand for Peter. He's come on here, Peter. Peter, come please, because you also have to say something. And then another gentleman, very well known, probably by everybody. It's also back in the days when we were building the first antennas, and then there were somebody, I mean, they were not the first one, I think they were the second one. You were the, okay. Okay, we find this out later. This was a satellite AIS, and John Allen was in the Canadian company Exact Earth, so I made myself on the way to Canada, near Toronto, met with the guys, had very good times with them. They even invited me to the baseball and everything there. Boring game, but good experience. So please clap a hand, John Allen, Exact Earth. John. So John and Peter, they will help us and help me today moderating, bringing you through the day in our panels, in our speeches. And then there is also a lady who did all the communication here, did all the organization, even yesterday in a pub, paid the bill, talked to the sponsors. Is Annette, it's also not some lady, it's also my lady. Annette, can you please come? Please clap a hand for Annette. So she's in charge of the organization here. And if you have some problems, medical problems, health problems, you don't know where the toilet is, you're missing the car, normally she knows what to do and where to do. Yeah, please also clap a little hand. So I think we also have some nice slices for this. I think, okay, it's up to me. Let's test if it works. Of course, it's not working. Okay. I don't know why Annette is not here, but now you also see it in writing. Carsten, Peter, John. Am I missing somebody? Where's Peter Svensson? He's not here. Okay. Because we normally also have a partner country of the AIS Summit, and this year is the partner country is Sweden, and he's representing them, but he's not here. And he's also normally always giving a motto to the event, but okay, no Peter, no motto, no nothing. And then we have our sponsors, because you know it's getting more and more making these kind of events. Everything is really expensive, and I'm very happy that we found at least some people supporting our meetings. I mean, we started with yesterday, the bill was around 3,000 euro in total, and we were happy that Chris Decker from Opti River, Chris, where are you? Was paying something, and then also George from Opcom is here. Yes, I will do this also. And then of course Peter, when Peter called me, I said, Peter, we can do it, but then you have to pay something for it. He said, no problem. Vessel Finder, AIS Hub is a sponsor. Thank you for Gerd Eiden from LuxSpace and Orbit Sailor also to put some money in the pocket. We have Lloyd's List, they are over there. They also want to show their capability, what they've done. Then of course my company, I'm not paying, but I'm dancing here for your fun. We have a very interesting startup company from France. I'm very curious to see them, Kinais. They have a satellite constellation. We have from Canadian GSTS, where are you? Sitting here also, he is probably the AIS, the first man in the AIS space, founder of Exact Earth. And then I am really honored and happy that Alex Morkin is here. He called me 2 days in advance. He said, I'm coming, can I sponsor something? Where is it? Where's Alex? Alex is here, probably, you know, Alex Morkin. Thanks for coming. And then finally, we also have SMM. So we are always partnering with SMM. Simone is here. Simone, where are you? There is Simone from SMM. She wants to bring everybody to SMM, and then she only said, yeah, we give you some money, but only if you show a video. So that's what we are doing now. So where's the video? Please start the video. So you have to watch it. You cannot escape. But it's a cinema, so, and it's short. Sound? biggest maritime exhibition next year, always in September. It's also a good week to be in Hamburg with a lot of gatherings and things, and also probably to make business. So who is also always coming to every SMM, and he is not only, he's very well known probably to everybody, also a very good friend of mine, and I'm having the honor to give him the first speak. He is, because it's not only software, if you don't have proper hardware, there will be no AIS transmission, there will be no AIS receivers, there will be nothing. He's coming from the maritime capital in Nuremberg, Bavaria. Alfred Kotukczuk, please clap a hand for Alfred. So, and probably I have, that's what I missed. That is the schedule of the day, so there is a lunch. We also, and that is also what is important to me, we have a tribute to our friend Andy Loretta, who cannot be here because he accidentally, tragically died in a car crash. We will have a little few words from his colleagues who are here in the room, and then after the day we will enjoy a beer. We have a bus to the gala dinner, but I will tell you this also after lunch. So, Alfred, please take over session number 1. That's you.
Good morning to everybody. My topic today will be ATON, Aids to Navigation Now and What Will Be Next. My name is Alfred Kotukczuk and I'm the CEO and owner from WeatherDoc. So the name WeatherDoc has nothing to do with AIS. Maybe a short story about WeatherDoc. When I founded the company in 2003, weather reception was really a nightmare. And we designed a weather receiver which was able to be docked to a PC. And this is where the name comes from, WeatherDoc. But nowadays we have nothing to do with weather anymore. We do all kind of hardware devices. AIS, transceivers, transmitters, ATONs, search and rescue transmitters, trackers, anything which is based on VHF and AIS. Just a little overview about the company. We are 25 employees, mainly engineers, and the production is at an electronic manufacturing service supplier about 1 hour away from the maritime headquarters of Nuremberg in Bavaria. The topic today is ATONs. ATONs, aids to navigation, and how are they today, and what will be the next? What are the limitations of ATON today, and what are the threats and the risks, and how can we detect and respond to these threats and risks? So I believe everybody knows ATONs. You see it here, the big buoy, and on the top of the buoy there is normally an electronic, and the electronic is transmitting the position of the buoy, and this is very important for a safe trip and an efficient marine navigation. Just to give you an idea, this is a ready ATON which can be mounted to such a buoy, or there are also OEM modules which are used from buoy manufacturers, and they are integrated in the buoys. So ATONs are displayed on an axis or a chart plotter or at a control center from a navigation system. The difference between an ATON and a vessel in a navigation screen or an axis is that a vessel is displayed as a triangle and an ATON is displayed as a square standing on its tip. So if you see it on the screen, you immediately know it is a position from an ATON or a vessel. So ATON is quite a complicated technology, and it is defined by a standard 62-320. So very complicated, and I tell you in detail, it's more complicated as a Class A transceiver because it has got a lot of internal technology which has to be proceeded. So why is ATON important, and what are the threats and the risks today? So everybody knows that jamming and spoofing is increasing, and we have incidents worldwide. The best one, what you can see, was in Finland, where the vessels were sailing in a circle. I think you know this topic. Also, that the vessel traffic and the data exchange in coastal and port areas is growing. So, you know, we have VDES. VDES rollout is coming, and also we have a new data framework for maritime geodata, which is S100. So there's a lot of more things which are coming and which require ATON technology on a new level. As a consequence, the authorities, they need detecting systems to fulfill all these requirements. And what is missing today on ATON? Today, ATON transmit only a position. There's no integrity check. There's no detection of manipulation or signal loss, and the situational awareness is often disconnected. Therefore, we need to react. And how do we react against jamming, signal blocking, against spoofing, and against traffic disruption? So these are all the risks which are there at the moment, and which must be answered in the future. So we do it in 3 means. We combine the AIS data, the GNSS monitoring, and we do an RF analysis. So this means we check the threshold of the signal, and we add some intelligence in the electronics in the buoy. So what we do is, in conjunction with the GPS microprocessor manufacturer, which is, for our case, it's u-blox, we work together to integrate an intelligence for interpretation of spoofing and jamming, and also what we do, we extrapolate the expected future reception. So with all that means, with intelligence in the buoy, working together with the microprocessor manufacturer of the GPS microprocessor, we can nowadays detect jamming, spoofing, and also manipulation of the position. What we then do is, we do a reporting on an encrypted way to the authority services or servers. So this means, with a special message, the message number 6 for the specialists, with a special message number 6 to the authority, we send to the authority that there was a manipulation with spoofing or jamming or other way of manipulation. So the intelligence now is in the transmitter, which is on the buoy, and this is passed by a special message, so-called application-specific message to the authorities. So finally, the conclusion is the following. ATONs are very, very important for the safety of the system, of the AIS system. Very important for the navigation, for the captain of a vessel. The future must be more adaptive. It must be more local and situational needed, adapted and tailored. We must produce devices with integrated intelligence against GPS jamming, spoofing, and other cyber risks. And this is only possible if the companies like u-blox and WeatherDog are working together to integrate intelligence and to bring the technology forward. At the bottom line, the evolution of A2N ensures safety in an ever more complex maritime environment. And this is about the A2Ns, and I'm very open for questions now.
So I'm the microphone girl. Who has a question?
Yeah, as a maritime pilot, I'm very interested in these new developments. My question is, do the authorities provide the budgets to implement this new technology?
Actually, in the east coast of the US, they are very much forward to integrate intelligence in ATONs. Also, the German authorities, the Wasser- und Schifffahrtsverwaltung of Germany, in Koblenz and Rostock, they are also working on integration of intelligence into the ATONs. So against spoofing, against jamming, internal calculation of possible positions. This is ready to be implemented, and they work on it.
Please, when you ask a question, just short your name, your organization, and then the question.
Thank you, Carsten. My name is Captain Amrit Singh, and from London Stock Exchange. I wanted to ask you, what is the frequency of the update that you send? And you said that you were sending it to the authorities. What is the frequency of that? Once a day or twice a day?
No, this is programmable. The standard frequency is 3 minutes. Normally, the authorities of waterways, they have a 3 minutes reporting rate. But if we detect some manipulation, we increase automatically the reporting rate to the authorities. And the transmission is encrypted with special message number 6. So depending on the request, it's dynamic. Dynamic if manipulation is detected.
So, more questions? David?
David Hewson from Wood Mackenzie Vessel Tracker. I'm curious, you mentioned VDES. How can you just talk a little bit about how this is enabled as part of VDES, or just the VDES part of this, and how the authorities are thinking about this in conjunction with VDES?
Can you repeat it, please, David? It was very, very, very special dialect.
VDES.
VDES, okay.
VDES, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you know, VDES is VHF data exchange system, and the data exchange system is on special frequencies, additional frequencies, and the question is whether we have to receive in the future additional frequencies on the ATONs. This is the topic, that information can be relayed over ATONs. It is not yet integrated, but we know that this might come in the future, not near future, but in the next years. It might come that relay information has been supplied through ATONs by VDES, additional frequencies. Not yet integrated. It's quite complicated. And it's expensive as a manufacturer, it's expensive. So the question is always that people want it, but are they able to pay for it?
Alfred, there's Alex.
Alex Murkin, CTEC. Alfred, just for my knowledge, or probably for anybody else, for my understanding, ACTIS system on board of vessel, Solos class, they must display ATO navigation.
Yeah.
What about electronic chart system? Do we have any regulation, or is up to manufacturer of electronic chart system?
Yeah, no, they, according to the standard, they are requested to display it. They are requested, as the ACTIS or the chart plotters are obligationary requested to display ATONs. But as if the ACTIS, especially the receiver on a vessel, is very old, he might not understand the message 21. And if the message 21, which is a special message for ATONs, if that message cannot be interpreted, it is not shown. So there are still old vessels around, between the all big commercial vessels with AIS transceivers which do not interpret message 21.
But
And
they're
then
supposed to.
But they are supposed to, yeah.
Okay.
But they are supposed to. Maybe Alex, you remember when the search and rescue transmissions, the message 14 came up. They are they are obliged to show the circle with the cross for a search and rescue transmission. But also this is not implemented totally because there are old transceivers in the world existing on old vessels which do not interpret message 14. And the same is with ATON, message 21.
So, Alfred, you showed us something about Aton, which you said, okay, that's maybe the most interesting thing, what's up at the moment available, but because you probably are the one in the room who knows best the protocols, the further development, the upcoming things. We just heard something about FIDES and these kind of things. Can you give us just briefly 2-3 minutes what you think, what will be the future, what will work, what won't work, what you see future development for AIS technology?
So what we see for future development for tracking, especially for small vessels or fishing fleets, is the combination of satellite and AIS. So AIS close to coast because it's free of charge. And if there's an infrastructure on the coast, you will receive the AIS position of the small vessels by means of AIS. But if you're outside of the normal range, the tracking works only with satellite. And so there are different satellite providers existing, which either receive AIS by satellite, by the AIS message, or by a real satellite message. So this is a trend which we have seen in the past. So software to interpret and to show and to monitor tracking positions must be able in the future to show AIS data, but also satellite data. So this is what we see. And it could be satellite data, AIS satellite data, as a special exact Earth protocol, an ORBCOM protocol, or an Iridium protocol, whatever. Even Starlink is in discussion that if you're out of an AIS range, you use Starlink to transmit the AIS data. So the satellite is coming more and more, not as a replacement, not at all, but as an additional feature for tracking outside of an AIS range. Okay.
Thank you, Alfred. I have the pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Vlasis Papanagis from Greece, Tototheo Global.
So much. Good morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Vlasis Papanagis. Working for Tototheo Global almost 2 years now. I have been within the maritime since 2018, so not that long time for most of the people. Typically, in the maritime, they're for many, many years. The company that, let's say, is based in Cyprus, and I will just say a few things, about who we are. It's a family-owned business. We have been in the market for 39 years. We're going to be 40 years next year. And primarily, we're serving maritime customers. Our core customers are ship ownership managers, almost 90% of clientele. But since more than a year ago, the company made a strategic decision to also start focusing to non-maritime customers, to enterprise customers, building on the expertise we have all these 39 years, and offering our service and our solutions that span across, let's say, various applications. For the most part, connectivity solutions, but also bridge and navigation and digital solutions. We are 130 people, and the company is based in Limassol, but we also have operations in Greece, in Piraeus, in Turkey, and in Germany. We're about to start operations in Singapore. So as a business, we cover, as I said before, a lot of different, let's say, applications. The major, let's say, revenue stream for TotoTheo is the connectivity solutions. And we represent, as you can see, some very big, let's say, partners in the market. Starlink is one of them. We are an authorized reseller for LEO connectivity. The same with Eutelsat, but we also work with Inmarsat, with SES, with Iridium. And we blend all this different connectivity, and we offer this to our customers, with which obviously they can communicate with the shore and support different applications. Apart from the connectivity solutions, we also offer cybersecurity. We are partners with Fortinet, and we offer the technology, but also we act as a managed service provider. Equipment, business navigation, safety and compliance, technical services, and then a very big, let's say, number of digital solutions, for example, artificial intelligence, virtual reality solution, which is a digital twin, from where we can visualize live the vessel, the deck, the engine, the equipment, and we can also integrate with sensors on board the vessel. Email solutions, remote monitoring, and a lot of other things. But primarily what I would like to focus today is the AIS capabilities. And what we offer as a company is actually three, let's say, components. One obviously is the AIS, the hardware that we install on board the vessel. And this technology obviously exists in the market. We offer it as well. And we have bundled this with, let's say, our customer application that I will demonstrate a little bit later. The TMIS component pretty much provides to the customer the real-time, let's say, visualization of the vessel, so they can know exactly where the vessel is, but also they can track the traffic surrounding to the vessel. And we can get these positions over every other second. So pretty much, let's say we have full live data, and the customer can visualize this, of course. It can support, let's say, and can act independently from any other onboard system. So pretty much this means reliability and simplicity. It can be integrated with any other systems on the customer side. So from the receiver, we can just collect the data, and via an API, we can, let's say, pass the data to any application on the customer side. It's a cost-efficient solution because this hardware is like roughly $450 to $500. So it's a once-off. The customer purchases this, we install it. It's very easy, the implementation, the installation, and pretty much we have experience in deploying hundreds of those roaming stations across, let's say, big fleets. It has a backup functionality, which means that if there's an issue with, let's say, disruption, it keeps the data, and then once it connects to the system, to the Starlink or to the VSAT, pretty much the data gets back to the API or to any system that the customer would like to visualize the data. And also, as an equipment, has a metallic industrial case, supports remote management configuration, and has also a technology, a system that can manage spoofing and jamming. So all this comes, let's say, in one box. But of course, the importance is that, let's say, it's a very low-cost solution. It can very easily be installed. Pretty much we do that remotely. We guide the crew on the vessel to install it. And it comes with all these components, the receiver, the Raspberry, the VHF antenna, the cables, the connectors, and obviously the essential tools for the installation. Now, the second part of it is that obviously our customers, apart from the TMIS, they use our customer applications called TM Synergia or TM Synergy, if somebody would like to use the right, let's say, English word. So through the AIS receiver, we collect the data, and then the customer can visualize the data coming from the specific vessel or their fleet. So they can have full fleet management, ship tracking capabilities. They can also see the surrounding vessels. Of course, we can also support SSAES, and then we can see with the weather data, weather routing, and we just built a new let's say, capability with voyage optimization. So we integrate obviously weather data, satellite AIS, and other components, and we calculate the best voyage for the vessel that can be, let's say, run on a daily basis, and the customer has full visibility and control. And of course, we have built a lot of other, let's say, data and analytics capabilities, for example, for an emission perspective, so the customer can do the CII, the EU ETS, UMRV. And of course, with this application, we can integrate, as I mentioned before, with a digital twin, the sensors of the vessel, for example, from the alarm, from the engine, so you can have dashboards and you can see exactly what's happening in real time. So this is just another, let's say, example of the visualization. So you can see, let's say, the vessels, and then, of course, you can see the vessels on the map. And of course, apart from the AIS data that we get from the TMIS solution, customer can also integrate data they may have from terrestrial sources or from satellite sources. We also use, let's say, satellite AIS as part of our offering. Obviously, we don't have satellites, but we just have partnerships with, let's say, key players in the market. And through, let's say, this application, the customers, of course, can have full visibility of the vessels. They can see and they can consume the data. We collect Class A and Class B raw NMEA data. Right now, we have almost 700 stations, out of which, obviously, we collect the information, collect the API, and we sell this data, let's say, to end users. So this is another, let's say, part of the offering. And of course, the experience that the company has to install the equipment, support the equipment, obviously integrate this data with other, let's say, systems, and of course, the integration with the TM Synergia, which is the customer application. So that's what we do in an essence, and of course, questions, anything you'd like to find out.
Questions, please.
Mentioned that from these, let's say, roaming stations, right now, we track on average 40 to 42,000 unique MMSIs on a daily basis. And again, as I mentioned before, we have, let's say, positions every couple of seconds, talking about million of AIS messages, raw NMEA data, and we don't, let's say, process the data. Pretty much we pass it over to the end customers with an API. So we just only, let's say, procure and sell the data, other than the equipment.
Alex Morkin, I think you partially answered for my question while catching a microphone. First of all, just for my clarification, how many vessels have been equipped with your equipment?
It's more than 700.
700?
Yes, more than 700, yes.
And
active.
You mentioned about 700, it's vessels, it's not like a shore-based station.
No, it's roaming. So the TMIS, the equipment, we install it on board the vessel. So talking about roaming stations, it's not terrestrial.
Understood,
Yeah.
understood. Do you provide your data to somebody else?
We get terrestrial data, we have our own sources, but we also buy satellite AIS from Spire.
No, but the opposite way, sending it to data gatherers.
Yes, it's actually.
Yes,
Can I buy data from your
yes. We sell the data as well. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
one more time. 700 vessels, we could ask you to give us data or buy this data from you. Is it correct?
Yes, correct.
Good,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we sell the equipment, we sell the equipment, and we sell the data as well, yes.
Other questions?
So maybe that was the best part of your sales pitch, and it was even not in your presentation.
Yeah, Russ, I had a question. You said over 700 vessels. What sort of vessels are they?
So it's global merchant vessels. So for the most part, we're talking about container fleet, and they do global voyages. So the coverage is, let's say, kind of global. Obviously, we don't, let's say, compare to a big, let's say, global fleet, but we have a very good, let's say, coverage in many areas.
Sorry, can I drill you a little more here?
Of course.
What percentage of the global fleet that you cover is container ships? Out of the 700, how much would you roughly say?
Most of the 700 are container vessels.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Other questions?
Michael Mitte from Vessel Finder. I'm curious to understand from a legal perspective, do ship owners agree that you can redistribute their data?
Yes, we have, let's say, agreements with the customers, and pretty much we anonymize the data, so you can know the name of the vessel. So pretty much we, let's say, encrypt the data, so you can see only the positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, David from Wood Mackenzie Vessel Tracker. So you mentioned the crew is installing these devices. Is that all of them, or what percent of the devices have been installed by the crew, and how is that going?
Yes. Well, you know that there's always kind of a challenge, but it is not a difficult installation. So most of the, let's say, the crew on the vessel, they have the, the electricians, so they have the experience, to install it. The manual is pretty, let's say, detailed. And then we support them through our customer support, so there's going to be, let's say, a remote operation in case, they need help. But for the most part, it's easy to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Chris from Up the River. Back to the data that you collect from a third party or from your customer's vessel, you collect it and you sell it to another party. Does the owner of the vessel, the operator of the vessel, get any commission on you monetizing that data?
I cannot, say, I cannot share details.
Because I think that's the, I mean, you have a big expensive asset collecting valuable data. It would make sense and it probably increases the price of the data. So I think it's about the price per record that you're paying. It's basically what people want to know here in order to see if they could give you some money and get some data. Yeah, it's a interesting development that we are not having satellites and land-based antennas, but also floating antennas collecting a lot of high resolution data. That's a normal development, I think, if the value or the data becomes very valuable. Thank you.
And the value comes especially when you mix or you blend this data with other sources as well. Yeah. And we see that some of the customers pretty much they can see the differences, because obviously you know what you can get from terrestrial, you know what you can get from satellite. Sometimes you don't have obviously the best coverage, but when you have, let's say, these roaming stations, you can close some of the gaps.
Thank you, Vlasis,
You're welcome.
for the great presentation.
Thanks so much.
I'm sure you'll find a lot of customers here in this room. So the next speaker is the most important guy in this room, the guy who is responsible for this event, Mr. Karsten Bullemer.
Thank you very much, Peter. So I'm a little bit different than the other children because I bring my own laptop. This is a magic HDMI wireless cable. It was working in our tests, but now I'm not sure. It's working. Okay. For those who not know me, my name is Karsten. I started my career in Hamburg as a programmer, doing all kinds of programming jobs. Accidentally came into the port, started to program a lot of stuff for maritime companies, and tragically still my old code exists here in the port. So there are companies still running 25 years old programs on client server architecture, and I'm always telling them, please update, it's not good anymore. They say, no, it works fine, why should we buy something? This is my company, Maritime Data System, who started then other companies. The first was Vessel Tracker, which we sold in 2013 to Genscape. Some of my ex-colleagues are here in the room. I think they are still happy that I left. We started then another company called Sea-Roots. Pierre is here. Same story a little bit. We just sold it last week, so probably also Pierre is a very happy man now. So he is not to deal with me anymore. And then I'm running two to other businesses. One is Trusted Docs. My colleague Harry will tomorrow tell how we utilize AI in Trusted Docs. And I will now talk a little bit about our AIS network platform, Port Tracker. Maybe you're curious, I'm here in the hardware panel. I'm normally a software guy. That's also, I have a GitHub profile, etc., and a blog. You can read something there. However, I'm here in the hardware panel because I found out that, 10 years ago, I thought it's more the algorithm and what you do with the data and the algorithms and how to do things, and we are we can do event detection before others, and we can do this and this. Nowadays, everybody can do it. So it's not something special anymore to have a good algorithm or to have something. It goes back who has the data and who owns the data. So that was my learning 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It was data will be everywhere, it will be a commodity, and then the value is what you do with the data. And this was, from my point of view, completely wrong. Because everybody, when you have the data, everybody can do everything with it. Even now with the AI, it's not the algorithm and the platforms anymore. Everybody can put a dot on the map, make port congestion, this and this. It's nothing special. But if you don't have data, what can you do with your algorithm? So, and the normal guys, and also like what you do is you buy a Raspberry Pi. You even probably don't fix the OS. Then you have this Raspbian OS. And then you install maybe Peter's dispatching software and you think you are done. But the device is not secure, the device is shit. The receivers also are not good, which are normally implemented there. And when you send this out to, let's say, people who are not so specialized in technology, they have a lot of problems. They have a problem, there's no keyboard, there's no monitor, there's no nothing, there's this. So all of the Raspberries, and sorry to say this, put them in the garbage ton. So, and it's even if it's a Coma, what is maybe widely used, or this, the devices, from my point, they are not good. They have no good OS, they have no monitor, they have no keyboard, they have no batteries, they are not waterproofed, heat is a problem, they are expensive, they are complicated to set up. Forgot about this Raspberry approach, please. It makes no sense anymore. And then I was sitting, it's also the receivers. I mean, I bought them, Alfred knows it, he has fixed his receivers, but we also found a lot of malfunction in receivers. And I think that even the Coma guys, the receivers are not working properly in all kind of conditions. So you're not getting all data you want to get with it. That's why I was very happy when I found Jasper. Jasper's also here. When I got in contact with Jasper with AIS Catcher, because he has written a software receiver, SDR, he will take later on. It's a very nice software solution. I think when you have this, even also the reception quality is much bigger than in normal receivers, but the problem is where to put it. And then we made the first test, and I just took one of my old phones I found, and I said, hey, and I was also sitting together with Jasper, what can we do? I think, okay, old phone, they have good CPUs, they have much more memory than a Raspberry Pi. They have monitor, they have touch, they have a battery, which is also a problem with a Pi, because if they have Wi-Fi, they have a modem, they have everything, and they are cheap. And if you want to equip a Raspberry with a battery, with a LTE, with this and that waterproofed case, this and this, maybe then the Raspberry is at 500 euros. And the phone you can find maybe for 20 euros on the eBay. The only problem with the phone is, what OS should we do? And so we only have 2 operating systems. This is Apple, which is closed and you cannot do anything. And then there is Android. And the Android, we were doing some tests with Android, and also Jasper's software works on the Android. But it's easy. It has very good touch, and it's very fine to use. But it has problems. It has problems with services on Linux, and Google controls it, and it's still not clear if it's open source or if it's not open source, and it's going more and more to a closed shop. I think there are some open versions, but Google makes everything to make the life of the open source community difficult with the Android. So the only choice you have is Linux. And if you want to put Linux on the system, it's also not so easy, because you cannot put a normal distribution on a phone. There are a few systems out there. We tested them all. There's a Debian mobile, there is something mobile, and finally we find Postmarket OS, which is an Alpine Linux. Works more or less out of the box. Has everything, has a systemd, runs Docker, has everything you need, but I mean, there are not all devices you have to be careful which devices you took, and not also devices supported, but finally we took it and we installed it, and now I wanted to do a live demo. So we have a phone with it there. It works since 6 months in my home without interruption. It's really good, an AIS receiver. But where is it now? And we have, so this comes now from the phone, and it's we called it an SDR feeder, because you cannot only use it for AIS, you can also use it for ADSB, and you can use it for everything. So you can also connect multiple. In this case, we use, by the way, we use cheap USB sticks from AirNav. Andre, I think, is Andre here? Has he made it so far? No. But he will come, the guy who has done the USB stick. So, and there's an easy setup. You see, when I plugged it out of home, brought it here, so the reception went down. This is from, has very good reception rate, around 200 chips from my home. You get, it's very easy with touch. You can see it's very easy to set up. It has an identification which SDR devices is there, and what you want to receive, if you want to receive AIS or ADSB. And we also integrated, so you don't know, see the chips here. So it's, we also integrated the AIS maps in it. It's now, not sure why it stopped working, but it was working. So this is the AIS catcher running here. So if you are interested in this, we want to release this as an open source tool. We are looking for people who want to join this initiative, going back from the Raspberries. You can also, and that's also what we do, you cannot only use it on the phones, you also can use it on the Raspberries. You can use it on a Raspberry 4 or 5 in combination with a touch screen. And then you're still, if you're still in love with your Raspberry, you can use also the Raspberry system on it. It's integrated with the AIS catcher, but you also could integrate other software, because it's also Dockerized. Mark is my main developer for this, sitting in the back. Today he has another job. He is managing the speakers and the audio, so he has done a very good job on this, and it would be very nice if we can take this idea further, because I think it's much better than what we are having now. So yeah, that is more or less what I wanted to introduce here in the hardware panel. And then there's one more thing, and that's maybe a little bit a fun thing. And I also would like maybe in the evening to discuss this idea, or what you think. Maybe you also think the guy is completely crazy and stupid. So we have also programmed during the winter time a game based on AIS. It's the Port Captain games. and you can play. This is now should be live data from the Hamburg. You have a mission with the live AIS, and there are several missions. So these are real ships. Let's say that's maybe also for you when you retire your career as a pilot. You can play the day game all night long. From this, so my mission is now to bring this one ship from this place to another, and now I can move here through the harbor. So it starts at 1. And this is my mission now, so I have to give. It's also, we also have integrated weather and stormy conditions and something. Yeah, I will not play the full game, but it's also, you can give the vessels and speed, and you can also bump into other, and then you have some damages and repairs and stuff like this. So I want, this is just a prototype. The Wi-Fi is, oh, now I have a grounding, okay. You also see the repair costs and the wind and stuff. This is just something I did in my spare time with the JavaScript, but maybe it's also can be something to motivate people to host AIS antennas, to bring more fun. Maybe it's also for the children, for education reason. So my idea is to take this further, and if you think it's something also you're interested in, please contact me and we do something. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day, and looking forward to the next speeches. Thank you.
Thank you, Karsten. Your project is great, and we hope to promote it via AIS Hub also. Questions?
David from Wood Mackenzie Vessel Tracker. So, Karsten, you mentioned that there were problems with the Raspberry Pi, and so what you showed, I understand that the phone is, more robust. It's designed to be abused, essentially. Is the data actually of better quality coming off of the SDR, or what are the advantages?
Yes, so you have a much higher sensitivity on the SDRs. You receive also messages you don't receive on the standard receivers. You can adjust it, and I mean, Jasper is here in the room. Maybe Jasper, where are you? You're sitting. Here's the microphone. Maybe go with the mic to Jasper. He can explain it better. Why his? I mean, he worked a bit longer. He will also show it in your presentation, but maybe just 1 minute or 20 seconds.
I think what happens with an SDR receiver is that you move part of the what typically is implemented in hardware to the software side, which gives you additional flexibility both in developing your decoding algorithms. That's a way that you can achieve additional sensitivity. But I think what is also interesting is that some of the metadata that is beyond the message itself, like for example signal strength, how the message sits within the frequency spectrum, can be easily extracted as well, which provides you with metadata that could provide with useful analytics, for example detecting spoofing.
You have a question?
I have a comment. I disagree with you, Karsten, and
okay.
With your comments. In fact, you are self-defeating. So having been involved since the launch of the first AIS satellites and developing the solutions, you say that it's all about the data and the algorithms aren't important. What we have found as a consumer of data is that you are in fact defeating yourself, because you're not defeating, but you're countering your argument. The amount of data becoming available is exponential because of people like yourselves developing new data sets. We are swamped with new sources of data coming in, and we take all of that data. And then it's not the algorithm that simply provides you some information, it's the development of a new business model that fits in with the way that the maritime sector works, either on defense and security or on the supply chain solution from our perspective. So what we notice is that there is an increasing amount of data, varying in quality, and we want people like yourself to continue to provide new data sets because it provides the opportunity to extract intelligence using various algorithms, but the only way you make money is by coming up with new business models, and if you're taking a look at a transformational business model that can actually change the way the maritime or the supply chain sector works, or the defense sector. So I look forward to continuing the discussion with you over a beer later on this evening.
That sounds good. Then let's agree to disagree, because only one thing. When I look at, I'm also buying a global data feed currently, and when I look at it, the amount of AIS data is not getting more; it's getting less, and it's getting less because you have getting more and more blank spots in country who are not transmitting AIS data anymore. I mean, when we please. Okay, but that is what a stupid guy like me has and knows. So, and maybe it was easy to get this 10 years ago. That was also, we had the room full of China people, and now the only Chinese person in the room is my developer who lives in Germany since 20 years. So all the contacts I had from China said, we would like to come, we are not coming. And also all the data exchange agreements we had with our Chinese friends have stopped. So and now if you don't have the data or the AIS data from, at least from the China, also India is something, or what can you do with all your algorithms? But let's continue on the beer. I think what is now coming is no more questions, or otherwise, David. No, the SDR can listen to all channels. But Jasper will explain this. So it's double, it's both channels, but you also, in principle, that's also what you show. You have another Docker image or something, you put another SDR in it, and then you do the same things for the plane or another one, and you can decode also other radio frequencies. So you're very flexible with this setup.
Hi, my name is Raj. I'm working for Fourth Ports in Glasgow, sorry, in Grangemouth. My question is, on Raspberry Pi, you need a daisy hat or other thing to receive the feeds. But for mobile phone, do you need anything other than the Linux OS? Or
I mean, you can. I have one with me. Of course, you need a receiver, and we use the SDR receiver, and you can also put the SDR receiver in your Raspberry Pi. That's also what a lot of people are doing. So you don't need that, and that's also what Jasper has explained. You use the stick, but the stick is much more flexible because you can listen to all kinds of frequency. Depending on the software. So you put a lot of the logic and intelligence in the software, which was in the hardware before, and that also gives you the flexibility when he maybe works 2 more days, then you receive maybe some more messages when you do the update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carsten.
Peter, I think that was in the back.
Thank you. I'm Marcus from SoftPark, and I'm having a question regarding the reliability of your mobile phone. So have you, if I understood it correctly, you had that phone running for about 6 months now, 24/7, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you any other tests made on how long it can run without disruption, without doing a restart, without freezing and so on? Because from my experience, phones tend to freeze, like Raspberry Pis, but Raspberry Pis have the watchdog feature, and I haven't seen that one on any Android or Linux version I can install on my phone.
So we're not using Android. We're using Linux on the phone. And if it's freeze, I think it's not a hardware problem, it's more a software problem. And that's also what I said, the Android has problems with multiple threads and systemd, and you don't have that on a Linux. And that's why we are using Linux.
So you have never experienced any freezes whatsoever?
I mean, you have a freeze, maybe something when you are having the wrong settings in the display, that the display goes on the power battery savings or something. You have to shut down all these kind of things, but I have not seen it. I mean, I have it for 6 months and it runs for 6 months. I cannot say if it runs for 8 months because I have set it up 6 months ago. So.
Okay, thank you.
What are the phone hardware requirements? You
That is a big issue. That is a big issue. So there is a list that you can run it maybe on 30, 40 phones and not on all of them. And the hardware manufacturer, they tend to build the phone in a way that you cannot change the bootloader. And that's in the modern phone, but you can also, there are some new modern phones you can buy. This is a Fair phone and maybe some other phones which could work, but they are expensive. And in the phones there are some, they are all listed on the post market. So, but the Raspberry, so you still can run the system on the Raspberry, and that also looks quite favorable. We have some there, you can use the touchscreen, you can test it. Okay, I mean, we are here. Mark is here, I'm here, we also have some devices here. During the lunch break, let us discuss when you think it's interesting. So, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
You're the next. So, very funny. I have now to, he introduces me, and I have now to introduce him. As said, everybody knows Peter in the industry, because he started this project where probably everybody first makes the first stops who deals with AIS. It's AIS Hub. In the existing since how long? 10 years, 15 years?
It was born in 2008, so
yeah.
17 years.
And it's still there, and it's probably still the biggest open source data exchange we have, and we are, hopefully it will be there also the next 10 or 15 years. I know there are some people playing Monopoly, also knocking on your doors, but he is the last man standing. So thank you, Peter. Looking forward for your speech.
Thank you, Carsten. Hello, everyone. I appreciate the chance to speak here on this great event. Most of us here rely on AIS. Many of us monetize it. That's fine, profit matters. But robust terrestrial coverage depends on thousands of people who operate terrestrial AIS stations. It doesn't matter who owns the station. It's very important who maintains it, who fixes the outages. Without these people, it is not possible to create a good terrestrial coverage. That's why today I want to talk about them. My name is Peter Stoyanov. Like Karsten introduced me, we run Vessel Finder and AIS Hub. Just a few words about our company. We are a 10-person team located in Bulgaria, in a small town in the middle of Bulgaria. Our website, vesselfinder.com, has more than 5 million users per month. Of course, not all of them are paying some subscription. Most of them are for the free service. Our strategy is to be focused on terrestrial data first, and of course we augment it with satellite and shipborne AIS. We rely on our network with our own AIS stations, on many partners with whom we exchange AIS data. We also rely on AIS Hub, and as I told you, we rely on our providers for satellite and shipborne AIS data. Our core product is a software as a service vessel tracking app. We are constantly trying to improve it with new features, performance, and user experience. We are fully open for AIS data exchange with everybody. Our belief is that AIS data should not be locked away. That's all for Vessel Finder. The topic of the presentation is about AIS Hub. So AIS Hub, I think it is the largest AIS data sharing network. It was born in 2008. The idea behind AIS Hub is very simple. A gift to get model. Contribute your live feed and you receive the global community data for free. Anyone can join hobbyists, radio amateurs, ports, marinas, universities, even fleet operators. Most contributors use either dedicated AIS receiver or a low-cost SDR with a VHF antenna. On the software side, common tools like AIS Catcher, AIS Dispatcher, or Signal K for both owners. In return, we provide access to the aggregated community data via API or as a raw stream. Here is AIS Hub at a glance. More than 1,200 stations from more than 90 countries and approximately 100,000 vessels per day. So there are some numbers which are not visible at our website. Everybody can check our website and you will see that we have approximately 1,200 contributors. But from these data providers, actually only 300 are using our data. So the question is, why the other 900 are sharing data? First, it's a commons mindset. They want open maritime data pool to exist. Contributing keeps it alive. Second, a local benefit with a global return. Each new receiver improves local awareness and everyone's coverage. Third, low effort, low cost, a cheap SDR, cheap VHF antenna. Once installed, stations run unattended. Fourth, learning and recognition. Universities, radio amateurs, hobbyists, they use the station as a project, and seeing it on the map, be public, it's very important to them. People share because it's easy, useful, and good for the community. That's what makes the ecosystem stronger. Thanks to the affordable global internet, think Starlink, many boat owners already share their data with us from the middle of the ocean. These roaming stations deliver fresh, low delay AIS right from the middle of the ocean near some exotic islands. They fill gaps which big ships cannot fill because they are far away from the big traffic lanes. It's very important and quite new, and it is also this which enables so-called shipborne AIS. Without cheap connectivity, it will be not possible. Of course, we have a lot of problems. AIS Hub is not a turnkey utility, it's a living organism. Most stations are run by ordinary people with different habits. That's a strength, it's also a weakness. When a personal station goes down, the owner may not notice or may not care. We'll also see churn. Sometimes people lose interest or move inland. Parts fall, parts grow. New contributors keep it living. Geography is another issue. Most stations are in richer countries, as you see on the map. In regions like Africa, unfortunately, contributors are very scarce. Coverage gaps remain. That's the trade-off of a free project. Data quality is a constant battle. A few actors send synthetic or artificially delayed data. We try to detect it, we filter it, we shut down some feeds. Contributors help us a lot with alerts. And of course, macro risks, they are for everybody. Sanctions, dark fleets, spoofing, you know all about this. So, why we keep AIS Hub? Why we keep it even our competitors also are using this data? We keep it because free and paid data solve different problems. Together, they make the market bigger and healthier. AIS Hub powers discovery, prototyping, education, and community coverage. It's enough to build a startup, but it is not enough to build a big business. Open data forces us all to compete on product quality, not on locking up data. The free layer balances power and pricing. As we finish, let's be clear where we are. The market has changed. Consolidation happens, prices went up. AIS has grown up. It is no longer a teenage ecosystem. Our goal is simple. AIS Hub keeps the entry path open. It protects competition and avoids single source dependence. Free data grows ecosystem. Premium sustains the service. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Peter Stoyanov? I'm sure there will, huh? Okay. Amrit.
Thank you, Carsten. Peter, you said some of the developing countries, like you don't get enough people interested in that. Have you thought of giving them some incentive to improve the coverage in that area? I know it's a little bit different because you started off as free, but isn't it better for everybody in the industry to give them some incentive?
Actually, AIS Hub doesn't send any hardware for free. First of all, it's a free project, so we do not monetize AIS Hub data directly. Of course, we also are using it in Vessel Finder. Second, we have a bad experience when sending some equipment to many countries. It's getting lost or stolen. That's why we don't send any equipment, unfortunately.
I mean, it's a good question, and there will be today one talk and tomorrow one talk about combination AIS with crypto, and to reward people with some cryptos when they share data. So, more questions? Leon.
Leon from TrackPlay. I really love the fact that you created this open community. But my question to you is, like, what do you see the biggest risk in continuing to have this resource available?
I think the biggest risk is if people lose interest. There are no risks. If AIS Hub dies, somebody else will do something similar. Nobody can stop this.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Peter, some more? Okay, it's a long way to... These are, by the way, these are the guys who are maintaining my old code, still.
Thank you. It's me again. I'm a happy user of AIS Hub. One tiny question I'm having: are you having big issues, like, or high costs with the servers you're providing, or is it relatively low cost? I can't really estimate how much you're paying for these servers and keeping them alive.
€50 per month.
And I think Jasper has maybe €5 a month, he told me.
Hi, Peter. Guy Sear from S&P Global. Question about your sources touched on earlier in some of the geographies of India, China, where their national regulations are restricting data. How are you seeing sort of philosophy or feeling from general public sharing data there, where it's kind of slightly outside of the national infrastructure or national regime? And are they willing to engage with AIS Hub with it?
I remember 5 years ago, we had a lot of contributors from China, maybe at least 40 people. After Chinese government stopped sharing data, everything collapsed just in 1 week. So fortunately, we can't change this. We also, I think we have no station owners from India. It's a similar place. Unfortunately, we cannot change it.
Thank you, Peter. Gentlemen, we have a tight schedule. He will be around till Friday in Hamburg, so he just go over for a beer in the evening or lunch or something. So coming from a free source to a not so free source, Lloyd's List Intelligence, thank you. It is Richard Small, thank you for being here. They are also a sponsor, so thanks again, and time is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Carsten. So, morning, I'm Richard Smale, Ship Tracking Manager, Lloyd's List Intelligence. So we're a maritime data and analytics company. My background is I'm a former seafarer, so I was a deck officer at Maersk Line for 11 years in my previous life. And since moving ashore, worked in ship management, satellites, and I've been here now for 2 years. So my team, we manage all things ship tracking. So we've got our own AIS terrestrial network, so the team are managing that, maintaining it, working with our different partners for shipborne and satellite. And we're also looking into non-AIS tracking, so stuff like signals intelligence, imagery, all these kind of other solutions as well. So I wanted to talk to you today about spoofing and jamming and some of the methods that we use to detect them, mostly from a kind of data science point of view. So there's, AIS spoofing there's a lot going on about it. There's a lot of concerns about it at the moment. And why is it so challenging to spot? So basically the primary goal of spoofing is to falsify the AIS data and the ship's voyages without raising suspicions or being detected. So you've got various methods deployed to do this, depending on which sort of illicit actors are involved. It's evolving very fast as well. So we've gone from a couple of years ago from perfect concentric circles, etc. But we've also got different types of patterns that we've got here, and we've also see instances of like real voyages being replayed. So they'll copy an actual voyage and replay it. So that So some of these techniques are evolving quite fast, and therefore we need the solutions to kind of detect it. So as well as sanctions evasion, so a lot of our customers use the platform and our data as well, our AIS data to to ensure they're staying compliant, making sure that they're not liable to fines or anything from doing business with illicit actors. But as well as the spoofing, it also has an effect on navigation safety and trade flows. And some of these key areas where spoofing is happening is the Black Sea, Persian Gulf, also for sort of Venezuela. Venezuela's sanctioned. So there's a lot of activity around there. And some of the implications for this are that, it can compromise the route planning for the vessels on their voyages, port operations. If logistics companies and ports are often using our data to model and predict when the ships are coming in. So it has effects on optimization as well as assurance. But as well, a bit closer to my heart is the crew safety. So if there's a vessel, spoofing, often the vessels that are spoofing and engaged in let's say sanctioned oil flows, they're often kind of elderly vessels, old 25-year-old vessels, at increased risk of, collision or sinking or something like that. So if the vessel is spoofing that it's, you know, in West Africa, but it's actually in the middle of the Atlantic, then that has an effect on crew safety for search and rescue, etc. So, yeah, there's a lot of instances where spoofing has impacts and that we need to detect it. So here's just an example of our platform, Sea Searcher. So can we play the video, please? Okay, so anyway, what the video was showing, like a screen record of our terrestrial stations over there in Venezuela are picking up this vessel, but the vessel is spoofing that it's on West Africa, and it's voyage from Singapore down, and then it's come up the coast, so it's spoofing that it's there, but actually having our own terrestrial network means that we've picked it up, the transmissions itself, over in Venezuela. So, you know, that's one of the sort of ways that we're picking up the vessel's spoofing. So that's quite an important part of having our own network and, you know, owning that data. Okay, so a little bit about the models and some of the sort of data science techniques that we use. So we've got a couple of different machine learning models that we use and some rule-based models. So supervised and unsupervised machine learning models. So supervised means that we've kind of trained the models and tagged the data so that it's being told what to look out for. So it knows what kind of patterns and things like this to look out for, versus unsupervised, where it's not being told, you know, what a spoofing case looks like or what kind of erroneous data looks like, and it's looking for patterns itself. So you've got the two different types of models, as well as rule-based models. So if you've got, you know, like on the previous slide where you've got the being picked up over in Venezuela, but it's showing its the position that the AIS is transmitting is out of range, then that's going to you know, trigger one of the rules, as well as some of those GPS pattern models that we saw on the earlier slide, like the spiral pattern, these kind of things. And then in terms of event classification, so you know, if two or more of those kind of events are happening, then you know, this will trigger a spoofing case. And to get this, we're combining terrestrial, shipborne, and satellite. So we got the fusion of all those different sources, combined with those models and rule-based models on there to detect it. So here's a couple of examples that we've got. You know, a perfectly straight line across the sea. You know, which is kind of not possible on vessels. And then also like this one here, where it's like a 20 square metered area. The vessel is there for like 3 months. So yeah, some of these kind of scenarios is what the rules are picking up. And here's just to highlight like a case study. So this is a real world case study we did earlier this year. So you can see on this, the graph, this is talking about the oil terminal in Iraq called Khor Al Zubayr. So we've noticed that, you know, about half the voyages going into this port are suspected to be spoofed, and what they're doing is replaying actual voyages into Iraq, but actually the vessels are in Iran picking up oil. So yeah, they're making out that they're doing legitimate port calls, but they're kind of moving sanctioned oil. And then
Richard, we have 1 more minute, please.
Yeah, sure. And moving on to jamming, so we've got some models determining on the jamming. So you can see that there's a couple of different, here, jamming looks very similar to spoofing. So we've got the different patterns here. I mean, I think a lot of us have seen where vessels have been forced to airports and these kind of areas. And to get around this, we've got our solution, which is deploying automated real-time algorithms to detect it. So that, you know, if a vessel is going through the Persian Gulf and the jamming is kind of jamming its position to show that it's in Iranian waters, but actually the vessel could be outside them. So these are kind of scenarios where it's important to get that. And then finally, just to finish off, all this data is powered by our, what we call AIS SUMMIT. So that is our terrestrial, shipborne and satellite sources all combined. So that's powering our platform and our models, but customers are also buying this data. So yeah, and we supply it, whether it's raw live stream on TCP, via APIs, file transfer, or Snowflake. So yeah, come and give us a shout. It's myself, Marina, and George over here by the TV. So come and give us a shout today, and thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Questions to Lloyd's List? Adam.
Hi Richard, Adam Barnes from Orbcom. Once you've identified spoofing, where and how has this been reported?
Yeah, so you can search for it in the platform. So depending on which module you're subscribing to, you can search for it in the platform. But also, if you're, you know, if you're doing business with a shipping company or a vessel, and you want to know what that vessel has been up to, or should you do business with that company, then it will trigger alerts in the platform. So let's say you're going to, you know, take bunkers from a certain company, then you'll do your due diligence checks on that in the platform, and it will give you the whole series of events. And if that vessel is, if it has done a ship-to-ship with that vessel, a vessel that's been spoofing, then you'll pick that up and you'll use that for your due diligence. You can set alerts for it as well, and also if you're purchasing those particular APIs that show that, then that will be going into your whether it's into your own platform, or if P&I clubs, for example, are putting it into their sort of internal systems. Yeah.
I have to maximize, make more steps for my Amazon fitness watch.
Richard, a question. What is the time delay between detecting and reporting either spoofing or jamming?
Yeah, so the jamming is real time in there. So it's using the patterns and techniques that we've gone through in the models there. So it's constantly running those, and as soon as it's starting to detect them and pick them up, you can show it in the platform and coming on the API. And in spoofing, yeah, so we do have different rules. So, you know, if a ship, for example, might be in port, like say a container ship, and the cranes are above and they can interfere with the GPS. So maybe it's saying that 1 minute it's here and the next minute it's further down the quay. So we have rules in place that will kind of monitor that, maybe over a few minutes or 30 minutes to an hour, something like this, in certain scenarios. And then it would apply those different rule base. So an example of that might be, okay, the position is jumping from here to there, but is it in port? And because we have all the ports and berths geofenced, then we can say, okay, the position's jumping, but it's in port, so it doesn't classify as spoofing. So that's kind of a high-level example of some of the ways that we look. But although some of them are kind of instantaneous, some of them we need time to look at the actual activities that are going on.
So, for example, you gave the Venezuelan one, yeah, example of spoofing. How much delay would that be? I'm trying to be a little bit more specific on that, but I'm just trying to understand from the time the algo detects to the time the algo reports.
Yeah, so it can be down to minutes. So yeah, so once it's picking up the behaviors of the vessel. So if that vessel is, it's looking at the different, you know, the voyage, all those patterns on its way, once it's left the port or once it's on its voyage, calculating those and then making the assumptions based on those. So.
Okay, last and final question, or is it a question?
Yeah, hi, John Allen. It's really a follow-on to Adam's comment. You know, we're finding vessels that are doing dangerous things, putting lives at risk. Who can actually hold those vessels to account? You know, or will they just keep on doing it?
Yeah, well, I guess in international waters, you know, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, even the instances of those vessels cutting the cables in the Baltic Sea, but they're still allowed to sail through Danish waters. The police go on board the ship, but I don't know, this kind of thing. So I guess it depends on the maritime law, all these kind of things that has it. But yeah, it's a tough one.
So we have to move on. Thank you, Richard.
Okay,
Clap a
thanks.
hand for Richard. He will be also here during the day with his two colleagues. So please get in touch with them. When you go on the Amazon and you type in AIS, I did this a couple of years ago. You probably find these funny devices, and you think, okay, that's maybe for children. They are toys. And then I bought one, and I said, okay, fucking good. Ship Explorer. And then you go to the platform, and then you said, oh, it's an AIS network. I did not know this. And then I said, it's interesting. And then I got in touch with somebody from Portugal. I like Portugal, so we went with Anna to Portugal. And then I found out, hey, what an incredible guy. He's not just running an AIS platform selling sticks on the eBay, but he also runs the biggest ADSB platform. And he is a Boeing platform and big supporter of Benfica Lissabon, by the way. And whenever Benfica plays somebody, he's sitting in a cockpit and flying them around, or even the Cristiano Ronaldo. And I'm very happy that he came. He could not make it yesterday into the pub, but he's here today all night long. Please clap a hand. Andre Bandrao from Lisbon, US, Portugal, and in between.
Hello, hello everyone. Just Carson, how do I move the slide? Okay, it's here. Okay, thanks for the opportunity for being here. So just like Carson told, I'm from Portugal originally. I live between Portugal and the United States, and I'm the founder and CEO of AirNav Systems. So a little bit of aviation here first, but then I promise I'll turn it to the maritime world. So in terms of aviation, AirNav, I created a company. So I'm here, I'm the CEO. Eduardo is also here, is our business development and sales for Europe, Middle East, and Asia. So what we do, we are one of the biggest providers of real-time ADSB data. ADSB is kind of AIS for aircraft, for planes. So we have 18 years of experience in the area. We are headquartered in Florida, in Naples, Florida, and our research and development center in Lisbon, Portugal. We operate on the B2B and B2C markets, so we sell data and solutions for the B2B markets, aviation markets, but also we have our B2C solutions, apps, and website. We are much, much bigger on the B2B side, made probably nowadays a major player in the area. And we own the largest global ground-based ADSB network with 36,000 receivers in 195 countries right now. For the aviation side of the company, this is still aviation side of the company, we have about 250 major customers right now. A few of them here, at least those that authorize us to tell that they are our customers. Honeywell Aerospace, Inmarsat, Amadeus. So all the big players in the industry, Boeing, all the big guys in the industry, aviation industry, are our clients nowadays. What do they buy from us? Real-time, low latency feeds, aircraft position feeds all over the world. So if a pilot is taxiing an aircraft in Los Angeles, they are able to see the other aircraft nearby with a latency lower than 1 second. That's something that we have achieved as a company, and that's what we do. So sharing real-time flight data, positioning data to companies all over the world. So One thing that we are proud ourselves of is that we do all the development in-house, everything. So the servers, the processors, the sensors, everything, the apps, the websites, the data feeds, everything is done by our company. So we don't outsource, we don't buy receivers from other companies, and this gives us a lot of flexibility to adapt even our own receivers, sensors, to the needs from some companies. So we have a 99.5% uptime guarantee. Actually, it's 100% nowadays. So it's completely redundant. And just like I told you, we own and control the network and technology behind these hardware, servers, and user solutions. So this is the last slide about aviation, okay? Then I'll move to the maritime industry. See, this was done 2 days ago. So real-time tracking all over the world. So we have units, airports, airlines, ships, everyone, air forces. We have units in the Arctic, in Antarctic, in Australia, everywhere all over the world to get this. But very important, we aggregate data from 14 different data sources. It's not just these boxes and the receivers. So we get data from the Federal Aviation Administration, the United States Air Services Australia, Eurocontrol, Inmarsat, so lots of sources here, 14 of them. Now, I have a huge passion for the maritime industry. My father was an admiral on the Portuguese Navy, so I've always been connected with boats and the maritime industry. And for me, it's a passion. I love it. I love the sea. I like it. So okay, shipspotting.com. So this site was acquired by our company in 2010. It's one of the world's biggest repositories of ship photos, 3.3 million photos, and with 600 photos edited per day. I acquired this site not with a commercial purpose in 2010. And it's just like I told you, one of the biggest repositories of ship photos, and a fueling maritime world passion of the CEO and owner, of course, because I love this. I'm also a photographer on this site. I love to take drone photographs of ships and upload them to the site. And it has synergies with shipexplorer.com. Okay. And there is one slide missing, no problem. So what we did is a site called shipexplorer.com. What does that site do? That site is a copy-paste of airnavradar.com. Airnavradar has about 5 million users per day. And what we did, we applied the exact same technology that we developed. This website, which processes 80,000 messages per second right now on the aviation side, and 36,000 units. And I told our guys 2 years ago, guys, why don't we apply the same technology, same databases, same real-time processing of data to the shipping industry? And we did it. The slide is missing, I'm sorry, but we did it. You have it there? I have it here, maybe. Okay, no worries. Okay, but if you go to shipexplorer.com, it's going to be a copy-paste of this for the shipping industry. We are there to see if we grow, what happens. And what happened is that during the last 2 years, we grew from 0 stations sharing data with us to 1,600 stations nowadays on Ship Explorer. And we are adding 1, 2, 3 stations per day. So I do believe that we're going to be one of the biggest ground-based AIS data sources soon. So here it is? Yeah, this is the site, yeah. Okay. So Carson just opened the site there. This is Europe. So it's the same that is crowd-based, the same that happened with our aviation site, we are doing here. So Ship Explorer, the formula is the same. So people that share data with us get the free business account on the website. And what we see is that units, and more units being added on a daily basis. We want to grow a lot more than this, but it's growing and it's there. So far, so good. And we can go back to the presentation, Carson. Yeah, good, okay. So this is the hardware that we develop. So we have receivers, filters, and actually we developed an hybrid receiver that gets data. It has two antennas, one AIS and one ADS-B. So the same receiver gets data for the aviation and for the maritime world. Okay. Now, your question. So what are you doing here? Aviation company, what are you doing here? So first thing, learn and grow in the maritime world. We are open-minded. We want to learn and grow. We are not looking for a short-term profit here, not at all. We just want to be there, apply the same technology. I love it as being in front of the company. I love this and I want to see it grow. Now apply what we did in the aviation world, market disruption, why I call it market disruption, and why we won the aviation market. Because we are not an off-the-shelf company. We are not a company that our clients approach us. We need data for the entire United States with a 5-second latency. We give them a price and tell and say to them, goodbye, here is the data, pay, goodbye. No, we are not like that, not at all. We adapt our own solutions to the needs of the clients. We talk with them. We have our engineers deployed on the client side. So we are a solutions company, not only a data company. So huge network, better services, the best professional client support. That's what we are in the aviation side, and we are trying to migrate that to the shipping side. Now, this is important for all of you here. We are looking for networking, especially on the maritime commercial side. We are coming from outer space here. We need connections, we need networking. That's why one of our business development guys is here, Eduardo. Synergies with existing companies, as you may imagine, with 250 major clients on the aviation side. Many of these companies are also interested in the maritime data, so we are trying to get them on the maritime side. And the shipexplorer.com to be the new airnavradar.com. So we have, just like I told you, 5 million daily users on airnavradar.com, shipexplorer.com. It's still in its baby steps. We want to do a lot more there, a lot more. Let's wait and see what the future reserves for us. My opinion is that if we do a very good work technically, the customers will come. That's what happened on the aviation side, and hopefully will happen on the AIS side. And thank you. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Questions to Andre? Oh, John Allen.
Yeah, thanks, Carsten. Are you planning to integrate the space-based ADS-B data into there and also space-based data?
Yeah, right now we are not, but for the website, yes, we think so. We think so. We think so because it's going to get more value on the website, more customers. So yes.
Yeah, Andre, thank you for being here. It's quite a revelation. We have had terrestrial stations, we have satellite stations, we have shipborne stations. You, as the airplane guy, will we have airplane stations?
That's possible, but depending on the aircraft fly at high speeds, so you know, you would get, you know, depends on the coverage. That's something possible. We never thought about that, but we have lots of connections in the aviation world. Why not? Why not? But you know, the aircraft fly at 900 kilometers per hour. It gets a glimpse of what it gets down there from the ships, and then it moves on. A good idea, yeah.
More questions? Okay, thank you, Andre.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
I have, thank you. So, you just mentioned everything what you do is programmed in-house, but I can tell you one part of your, at least of your AIS receiver, which is probably not programmed in-house, but it's programmed, it's a little bit modern outsourcing, so it's an open source project. You find it on the GitHub, it is AIS Catcher. I'm really happy that Jasper, the guy, the founder of this open source project, is joining us. This is a little bit, I would be also happy if you introduce you a little bit and how you came to this and what you do for your living. So please, Jasper, stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here and also a little bit humbled, to be honest, to speak in front of this audience about AIS. My name is Jasper. I actually came from the hobby side of things. My day job is in trading, dealing a lot with vessels, and in that capacity, I got in contact with AIS. And 5 years ago, I was one of those hobbyists that decided to set up a home station in the way that Karsten told us not to do, with a Raspberry Pi and a software-defined radio. And that was actually, let's see, yeah. And that was actually quite a painful process. It was a struggle to get it up and running. And once it was up and running, I was actually quite disappointed in the reception. That had partly to do with the fact that my antenna was in a residential area 6 kilometers from the sea, but nevertheless it planted a seed in what is actually the maximum performance that we can get out of a software-defined radio to get AIS. And that was the challenge that I put to myself: write something that is as good as I can. And with good, I mean it needs to be able to run on low-spec hardware, like a Raspberry Pi early versions. And at the same time, it needs to have the best possible reception that I can achieve. And that started a little bit a research period. Spent a lot of time experimenting, fiddling around, reading academic papers, books, recording signals. And after a lot of attempts and ideas that all failed, I managed to find something that actually worked quite well. And the trick is, for the more nerdy audience, is to step away from the standard FM demodulation that typically happens in a lot of AIS receivers and also a lot of AIS decoding hardware. But that is a little bit tricky, so it costed me about 7 months to come up with a decoding algorithm that worked in a way that I was happy with. And I decided to publish that as open source on GitHub. And the program is called AIS Catcher. So that program was released, and one of the nice things about releasing something as open source is that you get a lot of feedback from people. So over time I had about 240 issues opened on the forum, with some of them admittedly were bug reports, but a lot of it was ideas from people about how you could potentially improve the program, features that they like to see. So that has resulted in a lot of additions over the last 4 years, particularly on the input-output side, what people like to see as output, writing it to a database, MQTT, etc. But also the inbuilt web server where people can see the performance of the station locally, got a lot of feedback. So I would say that this version is more or less feature complete. The way that you install it, you either run it via Docker or there is an install script. There's also a GUI tool that basically allows you to manage that whole process, just to make the barrier to entry as low as possible. Now this session is about aggregators. I doubted a lot whether I should dabble a little bit into that direction, but a year ago I decided there are more reasons to do it than not to do it. So I started a community hub, and really the vision behind that was that if people are using the software locally to connect to the SDR and the antenna, give them the option to also share with the server. They can share with anyone, they can share with, and they typically share with all the big aggregators. But the idea was, give them an option to share also with the community hub. The community hub aggregates all the data and sends it back to the local web viewers. So people can see basically what they're receiving from their own station, but also what people around them are picking up. So you get actually quite a nice idea of what your coverage is. Are you not seeing anything in a particular location because there isn't anything, or maybe you have a blind spot in your reception. That's the aggregator. Yeah, it has grown a lot since we started, something a little bit over a year ago. Then on the decoding side, this is a project that I'm working together with Adrian Studer, and Adrian is the maker of the daisies, which is basically affordable AIS receiver hardware. And those hardware receivers also have some nice practical advantages, for example, on the form factor. You can get a receiver in the form of a Raspberry Pi head or a small board that you can put into a drone or whatever. They also quite low power consumption. And it turned out that both Adrian and myself independently were thinking about, can we not somehow bring some of the advantages that we've developed for SDR and merge that into a hardware-based receiver? So in a way, have the best of both worlds. Now, the board that you see on the right, that is our development board. That's up and running now for 2 months. And we're quite happy with the performance, actually. We used it to find the optimal configuration of the hardware, but also to finalize the firmware. And we're now basically in the stage that the prototype design is finalized, so we're assembling it as we speak, and then we want to get it into the hands of some testers. So there's a little bit of advertisement for what's coming up. If you want to discuss it further, reach out to Adrian or myself. Finally, one of the things that I really got interested in over time was, and it started a couple of years ago when I was contacted by some authorities in a European country, not the Netherlands and not Germany, but they were really struggling with a buoy that was in the port and that sent out an AES message, well actually saying that it was in the port, but it wasn't there. And they were trying to locate it. And the way they eventually did that was by stumbling upon our open source project. And what they noticed was that this software also provides the message itself, so you can see where it's coming from. But separately also, you get additional information about the radio signal, for example, the signal strength. And they basically had built a system where they had a directional antenna that was rotating in a laptop. They went into the field, and in that way they could locate where the signal was actually coming from. Turned out it was on an industrial park. The buoy was used for testing, but they forgot to switch it off. So, and that was the beginning a little bit for starting to think about what more can we do with the metadata that's available in the radio signal itself. And there's other interesting things that are happening in AIS space. For example, ships that's sending out empty messages. They're degrading the AIS network because nobody knows anymore where the slots are. But how do you find out where these messages are coming from? It turns out it's a little bit more difficult problem than I initially thought. But one of the things that worked out quite well was radio fingerprinting to prove or disprove the identity of the sender. The advantage is that we do the signal processing ourselves in the software. So we also have the information about where does the signal basically deviate from the theoretical standard. And it turns out there's a number of factors, a number of indicators that are quite stable over time and quite characteristic for the broadcaster. So what we do is we try to use that to check whether the identity of the sender is in line with the fingerprint, the radio fingerprint that we've seen before. And I'm still looking a little bit for applications and how we can take this forward. But one of the things that we can do at the moment is, for example, look at virtual ATONs. There's a lot of them, at least near my station, floating around, but you don't know where the actual signal is coming from. And by comparing the fingerprint from the signal with what you've seen from other stations, it's actually quite easy to pinpoint that it's coming from particular base stations. So that is okay. I think one of the major upcoming research questions that we now try to dive into is basically do the same thing for the location. And that turns out to be a little bit more difficult. For airplanes, you have a triangulation that works quite well, but it doesn't work as well for AES. On the other hand, you have more information. You have also the signal strength, and then you know the layout of your network. You know which stations are picking up which ship, which signal strength. So combining that possibly could lead to also something on the location side. So that's it for me. As I said, this is a little bit of a hobby project that got a little bit out of control. But I think that is mostly because of, well, the nice interactions that you have with people in the community, the questions that they bring up, the challenges, and yeah, that keeps it quite fresh and interesting for a very long time. And it's also quite a rich area with a lot of different angles. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper. Jasper, you haven't showed the address of your GitHub repository. Where is maybe the first contact points, maybe as a little marketing advice?
Yeah, I think you just Google for AIS Catcher, and then you will find the link as one of the top links in Google.
Questions to Jasper?
Hi, John Allen again. Sorry, the fingerprinting, very interested in that. Is that tied in to your own demodulation software and AIS receiver, or is it, could you use that in, from space-based AIS data?
I think it's space-based. I'm not an expert in that, but you're in control over the whole chain, and I believe that they're doing stuff in that area as well. This is definitely tied to the software specifically, because you require information that you don't get from a typical AIS receiver. And I think that's also why, for example, some of the port authorities came to this program, because their standard receivers didn't provide this output. And that's why they got here.
I'm curious, to get to the number of stations you have and the number of contributors, was that just like viral or through word of mouth through GitHub, or did you do any sort of marketing, or is this just?
Not at all.
Okay.
I think the strength is that you're sitting at the top of the chain, and people see the web viewer, so they go in there, and then they see this little red icon saying, hey, you're not sharing, you're missing out on some features. So I think that might be the ease of contributing, the low barrier, I think is possibly helping to get the contributors over the line. But I'm not going on social media or try to harass people to start feeding me. In fact, I had the ability to allow people to feed via UDP, just to get a little bit more stations. But at the end of the day, I thought, well, these are people that you see show up everywhere. Basically, they feed it. So what is the additional value there? And I'm really interested in building a network of these type of receivers that not only send the MEA, but also send the metadata, like, for example, on signal strength and these fingerprinting stuff. So,
Peter.
I just want to say thank you, because as I mentioned in AIS Hub, we have a lot of contributors who are using his project. And it's very interesting that most of these contributors, they are sharing with everybody. They don't care who is behind any service. If they can share, they are giving their data for free. So I think your opinion is the same.
Okay, so I think it's the last talk before the lunch break, and I mean, the question has already raised how to reward the contributors of the free data, and I mean, that is a question also we had when I was with Vessel Tracker 20 years ago, and then we were thinking maybe we can send some Amazon gifts or some Amazon coupons or something. We sent out free hardware that then finally disappeared or was put on the eBay, so nobody really had a good solution for this. And there are now a few projects, and the next one is probably the most advanced. So please welcome Owen from, what is the name of the project again? Wake? Worldwide AIS. Thank you. Take the mic. You have this one. Okay.
This one, hi. Hello. Firstly, Jesper, so where are you sitting? There he is. I want to say thank you. Without your open source project, my project would not exist. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You've made this possible today. So my name's Owen Taylor. I am the co-founder and CEO of Worldwide AIS Network. We have developed the first AIS network based on the blockchain. Now, I'm not here to talk to you about blockchain technology. What I actually want to talk to you about is how we're using Web3 incentives to scale networks. So I want to start with a question. And that is, how do we go from 0 to 100,000 AIS receivers with minimal expenditure, by the way? Anybody? No, I've got some funny looks. Okay. Through this presentation, I'm hoping to at least offer a potential alternative to this. So Andrew Chen frames the cold start problem as basically the earliest point in a network where there isn't enough density for it to be valuable. And without value, then users don't really want to come on board. In AIS, the unit of value is coverage, as we've talked about today already. And if receivers are sparse, if the data is fragmented, well, there's not that much commercial value. This destroys product market fit before engineering can ever resolve it. So today I want to talk about 3 points, and that is the limitations of current networks, how incentive structures can change participation behaviors, and then how mass chain, the blockchain we have developed, activates scalable networking effects. So today, the largest terrestrial AIS network is, what, around 6,700, 6,800 stations. Participation is driven quite heavily by volunteers. Now, these volunteers are predominantly male, they're technically minded, and they most likely have a passion for ships, maritime, or radio. Can anybody see an issue with this? So when your contributor base is limited to a small niche demographic that is motivated entirely by passion for what their surroundings are and what they're seeing, the network will eventually reach a participation ceiling that gets really difficult to push through. So in the cold start problem, every network starts at the cold start. You then gain a couple of active, enthusiastic users, and that's when the growth starts. It's called the atomic network for a reason. It's like an atomic reaction. One person tells another person, and it starts to spiral. But eventually the system will hit a ceiling. With no new incentives or wider participation, growth usually will stall, it'll stagnate and potentially degrade when stations are going offline, right? Now the dashed arrow, this is something that every network should aim for, and this is something that Andrew Chen terms the escape velocity. And this is what happens when you break through this ceiling with new incentives or finding a new area of contributors to break into. So for an AIS network to reach this escape velocity, participation needs to expand into an entirely new contributor group. Mass chain, our blockchain, functions as a bridge that makes this possible. By using Web3 incentives, we are aiming to activate a whole new group of contributors, and these are Web3, crypto-native, deep-in operators. A lot of buzzwords. Sorry about that. I will go in to explain them in a second. So this opens access, now I've calculated it, I'm estimating around 190,000 potential operators. That's a 28x increase in contributor base today. What is Web3? We're talking buzzwords, okay, what is Web3? So Web3 is very much the third phase of the internet, where Web 1 was all about read only, so a static web page. Web 2 was very much read and write. So for example, Facebook. You write a post, I comment on your post, somebody else comments, we have a network going there. Web 3 is the next iteration, which is read, write, and then own. An example of this is X, formerly known as Twitter. So someone can write a post about my presentation, how much it sucks or whatever. Somebody else can comment on it. X gives you the option of participating in ad revenue share. So the engagement that you create, and on X, attention is value. The engagement you create drives value to the platform and they share back with you. So users participate and earn from the value that they create. in Web3 networks, anyone should be able to join. It should be permissionless. Their contributions are generally verified on blockchain, and rewards are then distributed. So that's one of the reasons we use blockchain to also use smart contracts and then distribute rewards that way. Now, what is DeepIn? So DeepIn stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure. Traditional networks very much scale from top down. You know, one company will go out, deploy a load of CapEx, and they will expand a network as fast, or as quickly, should I say, as the balance sheet will allow them to. DeepIn reverses this. So infrastructure is deployed bottom up. These are by individuals who buy the hardware, they install it and maintain it themselves, but they're not doing this out of passion. They do this to create an economic return. So they deploy the infrastructure looking for an ROI on their hardware. And this is pretty much the key economic shift into breaking into these new networks. When a network can scale, when it can increase coverage without CapEx expenditure, it can grow faster and operate at a fundamentally lower cost base. And this opens the door to price points that traditional networks just can't compete with. And this is one of the reasons why DeepIn itself has created multi-million node networks across other industries. So some examples here, you have Wingbits, which is a flight tracking DeepIn. They scaled to over 7,000 receivers in 2 years. Helium, a telecommunications meshing network, scaled to well over 1 million in 3 years. And Silencio, a noise mapping network, scaled to 1.1 million over 2 years. So this way I can introduce the blockchain we've produced, MassChain. So our goal is quite simple. We aim to break the current volunteer ceiling. We want to open AIS participation to a completely new class of economically motivated individuals. MassChain, we're taking the DeepIn model that's already been proven across other industries and applying it to maritime infrastructure. We have a platform. It's no different than any other platform that you've seen. We track ships. Okay. What is interesting is the orange highlighted box. And if anybody wants to see the platform, I will show you it. I'm not going to take the time now because we're quite limited. What is really interesting is how we are linking contribution of metadata onto the blockchain to link authenticity, or to show authenticity of data as well as, yeah. So we're a new network, by the way. We have been live for 16 weeks, and we have scaled our network to over 300 active participants. And in fact, you can see the cold start problem, the exact same graph, kind of. We started off with nothing, just to the point where the network could fall down if we did not have any contributors coming in, to actually scaling to something that is slightly useful. So I want to go back to the original question. How do you go from 0 to 100,000 AIS receivers? I think it can be done with decentralized infrastructure. So I'm Owen Taylor. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, Owen. Questions? It's a long way to go. That's why I stop here first.
Thank you, Carsten. I'm your pit stop area here. Chris from Up the River. How much do you get if you participate in the platform? What's in it for these crypto buddies?
Excellent question. So we use something called proof of coverage, and I can actually show you this on the platform itself. We reward people based on the area that they cover. We have a total fixed supply of issuance. So every day, we issue maybe 25,000 tokens, and they're distributed across the covered area. So if you cover more area, you get more tokens. When it comes to monetary value, this is based upon what the open market defines the cost of a token as. We are currently in testnet at the moment, so our token has no value, and we will be going to mainnet in Q1.
Hi, Evan. Thank you very much. I had a question regarding the coverage. So you mentioned wing bits there. As we discussed earlier, I think 2 countries, which I didn't see on the map that you showed, is China and India. So how do we plan, or how do you plan to overcome that?
Ooh, that's a really interesting question. So China is going to be quite difficult. India, I think they're becoming much more forward-thinking, especially when it comes to cryptocurrency and blockchain. And they're becoming sort of the Silicon Valley of Asia, some would say. So there may be a drive. We're not there yet. We don't have any coverage there, but potentially, there are cryptocurrency conferences and blockchain conferences that are happening in India, that are happening in China. And I would like to see us be there representing deep in for AIS at these conferences. Now, when we're talking about regulation and governments, this is going to be another conversation for the future and people who are much more intelligent than myself.
Yes, but I have a question first. That's good when you organize a conference. You can always ask the first question. My question is simple, Owen. Why are you here? Are you looking for people joining your network, or you are looking for investors in your company, or you just enjoy the beer in the Hamburg?
I love Hamburg. What can I say? Carsten, that's a wonderful question. Thank you so much. We are looking for pilot partners. So we have proved out that we can attract actually non-AIS native people who are just interested in cryptocurrency and deep in. They will set up receivers and give us data. Now we're looking for pilot partners. So somebody to pipe our data into to understand your needs and understand what you want from this data in specific areas.
Hey, Owen. It's Dallas from Wood Mackenzie Vessel Tracker. Just 2 questions for you. First of all, you said you're issuing tokens in the various regions of coverage and so on. So what's the use case for your tokens? Like, why would it retain a value? If they're getting paid in tokens and there's no use case, then there's no value to the token.
Great question. So in order to access the data, a data buyer would actually have to use tokens as an API call. Now, the data buyer is not going to be going on an open exchange and purchasing this. This is too complicated. We do the transaction we plan to do the transaction in fiat, so with a data buyer, and then we'll buy tokens on the open market, so it's a buy and burn model. So the token value should be tied to the usage of the network when it comes to data buying. Another point of our token is a utility token. You actually, in order to write the smart contract for somebody to get paid, they use a really small amount. So the more payments that go through the system, the more pressure there is on the token supply.
Thank you. And the second question is, as a decentralized network, how are you attracting business partners to run nodes to maintain your network, or are you maintaining it entirely on your own?
So when you say the network, are you meaning contributor nodes as in AIS stations, or the actual platform? So the platform itself, we are running it at the moment, so like how the data is ingested. The blockchain itself is running on hard code out in the ether. We set it up, turn the key and let it go, and that sort of maintains itself. So yeah, we are the ones that are developing the whole platform itself, and we're maintaining it.
Hi, Owen. Josh Brazil from JDS. So how do you market the option to earn money to benefit from the network, and then are the participants purchasing their own equipment, installing that, or do you just supply that to them? What does that look like?
Yeah, that's another good question. Up to now, we've done no marketing at all, so we've had no marketing drive. It's all been through word of mouth and meeting people one-on-one in where they hang out. So going to cryptocurrency, blockchain communities and saying, hey, we have this project, would you like to come try it? And I know Carsten doesn't like this, but a lot of our contributors do run Pis. They do run Raspberry Pis because, it's accessible.
They should use old phones in the future.
Honestly, it's a good point. It is a very good point. It's something that I back.
Thanks. Hi, John Allen. you say you pay based on coverage. So how do you how do you deconflict if you've got two nodes covering the same area? And if you want to be truly worldwide, you bring satellite data in.
Great question. Yep.
That's over. How do you deconflict? Who
Fantastic question. It's something I can show you later. So we take our coverage off H3 hexing at 5 resolution. And basically, if you have multiple nodes covering the same area, so we want redundancy in the system. If one node goes down, we want another node to be there to continue to give data. So we match the rewards 1 for 1 if there's 2 nodes. If there's more than 2 nodes, the reward gets split between the participants. So if there's 3 nodes, it's thirded, and each gets a third.
Okay, thank you very much, Owen. I think we will continue the discussions during the lunch and hopefully also during the dinner, which starts at 7 o'clock in the evening. There will be a bus shuttle service from here. We will tell the details later. Now let's have a lunch, and then please be back 1 o'clock with 2 more terrestrial sessions, and then we switch over to John's satellite friends. So thank you very much for the first round, and see you 1 o'clock. Noch 2. Erst kommt der Alex, dann der Dings, und dann gebe ich über zu John Allen. Und John Allen, you're the moderator of the satellite.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, no, yeah.
Also zwei sind jetzt noch andere.
Den Alex suche ich auch, der wollte aufs Klo.
Hello, hello. So we are looking for Alex Morken. Alex Morken, please come to the reception. Ah, there he is. So should I introduce you or every? One o'clock, almost like Deutsche Bundesbahn. Only 1 minute late. The Japanese would commit suicide, but the Germans would make a party with such a delay. Maybe can somebody raise their hand who does not know the gentleman next to me? And I think everybody knows you, huh? Okay. For those who don't, he's a real veteran in the business since almost 100 years. 200. I'm really delighted that you made the whole way from Vancouver, Canada.
Because of you.
Okay, so yeah, you told the guys that you want to have a slide which is not yours, but just see when he brings something up. Harry? So you ask him to show this slide. I don't know why, but you have maybe an idea. Here, the mic is yours.
Okay, just try to understand. Where is my presentation?
Maybe wait.
Ah, okay, okay. Can you hear me properly, everybody? You are not sleeping? Oh, it's me. It's really strange. Actually, I didn't plan to visit this summit, but last minute Carsten called me and told probably you should see. And because I'm recently started to watch opera and try to understand, do I like it or not? Yeah, so it means in Hamburg it will be Tosca in Saturday. So because of this, I'm here. Not because of the summit itself. No, Tosca is a joke. You're a real man. Yeah, yeah. Carsten, you're the best of the best, I know. So, first of all, I would like to explain what I'm presenting. I have two companies. One company, CTEC. Another company, CTEC Marine Inc. And I explain in very short words. Oh, it's actually 2013. Carsten, do you remember? It's me too. Peter, it's you. 2013, yeah, 12 years, and those guys practically the same, yeah. Good life, good work, good people around. Okay, one more time. Two companies. Very short about this company. we provide web PTS solution. Practically, what is it? If you want to have your own marine traffic, we could install on your server for 30 minutes and you will have even more. So it means everybody else like marine traffic, AIS Live, Fleet Moon, Vessel Tracker, they provide service. We provide in-house solution. For example, if you working with Navy, government organization, on big corporation, say they never will work with service like marine traffic. So this is probably like 5 years ago. It's our customers. We have customers in 34 countries, including like from different level. For example, Chilean Navy, Taiwan Ministry of Transportation, Malaysia Department, Argentinian Navy, and down to Marina. So I'm not like kidding. Yeah, in 30 minutes you will have your own marine traffic because we provide data, worldwide data. We provide all of data about ships, ports, and everything else. So we have already set customers in 34 countries. This is one of them, Malaysia Marine Department. It's also me. And they made big screen like showing Malacca Strait and everything was pretty fascinated, yeah. So, and I have one announcement. Because 2 years ago, we became like International Maritime Rescue Federation member. I provide right now for free our solution for all of volunteer organization, plus technical support. For example, the Swedish Marine Society, they use an application in 3rd year in a row. In some cases, they could beat even Coast Guard. For example, it was accident with Marco Polo, and they were first to locate like oil spill using our application. We provide our application also for New Zealand. They actually took part of our application. We have interface web VTS, and we have software like AIS server, which work like hub, which could accommodate, massage, check millions messages. Literally. So it means my request for you, if you have any volunteer organization, they would like to have a real good like vessel tracking solution on their like server, tell me and we will provide plus technical support. Also we provide service, also free of charge. So we finish with this. 3 years ago, we started like new journey, new business. We provide nautical charts for all range of customers, marine customers. So it means, you know, without like road map or like Google map, Bing map and others, it's pretty useless to see car location. Similar with AIS data, if I emphasize, we are operational guys. So it means you have to sail properly. So we provide charts for Solos class vessel. We provide charts for electronic chart system like big yachts and others. And main our focus right now, we provide charts for mobile navigation application. So it means mobile application and all others like customers. We have a fantastic web chart server. For my understanding, for my view, it's the best on the internet in all of others product if you compare it. And it's worked pretty well. Also, we try to provide comprehensive data, not only charts, nautical charts, but including tide and current, point of interest, survey data, AIS data, so like vessels could see what they have around, if it's like AIS equipped vessels. I'm traveling a lot to, how can I say, get on board the hydrographic offices, because all charts, official charts, belongs hydrographic offices of particular country. Nobody else could provide those charts, only hydrographic office. So unfortunately, I have to visit all of them by one by and make license agreement to provide. It's not so good pleasure work. However, our intention to be #1 in the world, to provide really up-to-date, affordable nautical charts for mobile applications. Because right now you cannot find any alternatives if you're talking about our company. For example, we're working with Inavex company. It's pretty known in USA, and they used to work with Navionics. When Navionics was bought by Garmin, they stopped, they removed SDK, they moved everything, and they actually most out of business. Then they talked to me, we built our SDK, AIS SDK, and provide charts. So it means right now we have 44 hydrographic offices on board, which we work directly, and we extending this. Also, we try to invite and cooperate with private and community data, including like tide, current feeds, and actually when I initially started this business, I'm talking about mobile charts, I realized I thought official chart the best of the best. Yes, it's of the best for Solos class vessels only, because it's never covered like all of area which boaters, small boaters using. Do you have time? Okay. So what we provide? We provide subscription, 12-month subscription, entire country, for example, UK, France, Germany, USA, Canada, that doesn't matter. And okay. And we try to keep cost of this subscription only $5, from $5 to $10 for 1 year, plus update. You will never find this price. Nobody, believe me. So, however, because we provide for our partners, they of course they raise price and get some profit. So it means practically what we provide money, or at least options to get money, while we are willing to provide. So I invite everybody, if they want to build a navigation application, or they want to have really up-to-date, really good charts, talk to me.
Mr. Morgan, please come to an end with your advertisement block here.
Yes, I know. But I know you're
but
my
I
friend.
Appreciate.
Yeah.
I mean, I have put some of your charts on my old phones, and they work really good.
Okay. So we are using mostly right now format S57, vector format, and of course I'm talking a lot with new people who presented S100 package, but believe me, on mobile phone you will never see, at least for 30 years from now, S100. However, it's really funny. I already told some people when I was on my plane from Vancouver to Amsterdam, next to me was sitting like a head of International Hydrographic Office, Rear Admiral, and we spent 9 hours talking and arguing about S100. But believe me, nobody take care about those poor guys with small boats. Nobody. They are getting like data from Navionics, CMAP, somebody else, and it's sometimes really poor data. So my goal to provide affordable, up-to-date, and the best charts for mobile community. Probably that's all, yeah.
You have one more?
I just doesn't matter. If you want to talk to me, talk to me. It's just example. I know X. Yeah, we're working. Yeah.
But you are not only coming to the dinner, you're also sponsoring the dinner. So thank you very much. And
yes, I'm sponsoring.
Maybe you can continue with everything during the dinner. Thank you, Alex.
Okay. So if you have any question,
at least 3
how
questions.
to make money?
3 questions about cheap nautical charts. 1 question.
Does this include updates to charts as they're issued, notice to mariners, and does it also include S100 format?
It doesn't include any S100 format because it doesn't not exist in USA, but it includes all of like S57 update right away. Yes. Because S100, S101, which is actually like S100 charts, it exists only in Canada, in Norway, and other like 20 countries try to catch up, because you know in 2006, January 1st, it won't be mandatory, not mandatory, it's allowed to build the active system which work in parallel. So it's some kind of milestone.
Alex, thank you. I had a question. You mentioned 44 hydrographic offices there.
Yeah.
So if somebody wants to get charts from all those hydrographic offices, is there a discount there?
Really good question, but how can I say? Our world chart for Solos class, it was actually divided long time ago. We have ICNC, we had Admiralty, we have Primar. Those 3 guys occupy all of Solos market. You could buy charts only through them. I am dealer also Primar, ICNC, and Admiralty. So it means on your question, no way. Only those 3 organizations you could buy charts from any country.
More questions? I can tell maybe one last story. I have, I don't know, who knows OpenCPN, the software, OpenCPN? Raise your hand. Not so many? It's probably some kind of an open source navigational access tool which is growing and getting better and better. And I have installed that on a Raspberry 5 with your charts, and it's not for your charts, but it's not working very well because the power and the CPU and the memory of the Raspberry is not good. However, coming to my old phone, putting his charts on the old phone, which also runs OpenCPN,
we already tested with
works very well, and I will show you during the dinner. So thank you very much, Alex.
You're
Clap your hand. So the last terrestrial panel, and I'm really honored. It's not just a fellow of the AIS Summit since decades. It's also a good friend. I remember many travels to Japan, sitting in some hot springs with him together, playing like the samurai. It's my dear friend Taro Yukishiba from Japan. Sorry, I always say Taro-san to you. So he's here with his wife, Fumiko. Where is she? She's doing the shopping, you told me, with your credit card. So he's a bit concerned. Please clap a hand for my good friend Taro from Japan, AIS in Japan. This is your old phone. It's mine old. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I came here 8 years ago for the summit. And I am speaking in English, okay? Okay, where is the press button?
Should I do it for you?
No, it's okay, it's okay. Okay. Okay, my organization is, how to say, has three hats. One is supporting VesselTracker.com network, maintenance service for maybe 8 years ago, since 8 years ago, and big sponsor right now. Okay. The second hat is selling hardware for Japan. My friend, who is also sailor, I am sailor too. Class B AIS transponders to Japan. And the third one is a kind of opportunity to Japan, how to say, government movement on AIS. My organization is very unique in Japan. I think only one who is dealing only AIS business. Because Japan market is very small, and also Japan government accepting IMO recommendations or system is very slow to accept. That means regulation is very, how to say, primitive right now. Okay, this is my team. So as you see, I'm dealing mainly consultation on maritime radio equipment. Okay, and a lot of inquiries of the technology information from Maritime Bureau, MIC for radio equipment, Coast Guard, and the Ministry of Information and Communication. MIC is issuing type approval for hardwares. Okay. And also as a user, Japan Fishery Association, Japan Sailing Association, and Japan small vessels inspection organization. And currently, my name is listed in Japan VDES project of Japan, which is capability testing with test equipment. I think I can show you later more. And the second one is this is hardware. Okay, Japanese hardware manufacturers mainly originally radar equipment, as you know, like a Furuno equipment, and they don't have any multiple display system like EGDIS. No one is making EGDIS in Japan, except for Class A hardware. Okay, and recently, Japanese government, MIC, Ministry of Information and Communication, pick up the weather dogs AIS MOV equipment. Okay, so now they are preparing new regulation for type approval. Then I can make money, data, not now. So kind of my activities are like a non-government organization, NGO for the government. Okay, the third one is, as I said, be working for vesseltracker.com. Okay, and we developed, okay, this is me. Okay, as you see, So my background is data switches, telecommunication, and currently mobile system in Japan. And I did software, SoftBank technology 5G feasibility test in Tokyo. And Genscape for power line, IoT business, and VesselTracker.com, IoT for AIS. Okay. In Japan, maybe you know already, original IMO recommendation in 208, Japanese government mandated, of course, for AIS for Class A. And also those recommendations included Aton, at the time, the original Aton system. And Japanese Coast Guard is taking care electric breed, radio breeds. Okay. 210, Japanese government approved to use AIS SUMMit. Okay. From 215, Coast Guard developed Aton in Tokyo Bay. Okay. In 2022, many accidents I can recognize. Maybe same worldwide based, I don't know. And only in 23, government studied AIS system to monitor the accident or blah, blah, blah. And the technology, satellite technology for AI satellite, only one test satellite is ongoing right now. Maybe the data will be used by Japan Data Force. Only? Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Listen, 2024, we are studying S satellite VTS. Okay? Sorry. Okay, this is one of the big accident reported. The key is 18 passengers killed, okay, drowned, and 6 passengers missing. Okay, the authority, Coast Guard couldn't find the body, even body. Okay, no SAT, no MOB, no AIS, no VHF radio. Very poor, very poor. Okay, this is a salvaged sunk boat. Okay, and we have many. This is Japan, not a part of China. Okay, those points are main harbor. Okay, major port 1079, fishing port 2800. Okay, international port 9. Then please see, isolated island, we have 14,000, okay, which we cannot cover, too many. And also EEZ, we have a lot of invasion from Russia and China. Okay, this is a big area. Okay, but as a ship size, market size, okay, only 5040. Okay, and we are doing a good business. So flag convenience ship is 2,000. Okay, flag is not Japan, like Singapore, blah, 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 as you know. Pleasure boat, very small. Okay, and those are small pleasure boat, less than 1% deployed AIS equipment.
Taro.
Okay. Nice. Time?
Time. And
Okay.
people are having lots of questions for you. So
Oh, here?
I think so.
I think that's all. I'm installing antennas by board. Very fun. Our equipment is very simple, just a dipole, 1.2 meter dipole antenna, and the Raspberry Pi radio system. Okay. Receiving monitor. Okay, this is our installed antenna. Okay, this is secret. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Taro-san.
My last
questions for our men in Japan.
Yeah. Who is interested in Japan market or any challenge to Japan market on AIS? Please come to me, and I'll help you.
Taro told me that he's very keen to install more antennas in the Japan. I mean, we work together. You have, I think every port was listed. You went there either by boat or by car fixing, and you know all the people in the ports. So he I don't know, how old are you?
Almost 80.
Okay, so then you can then you can install even some more, sir.
Yeah. So this trip is my second honeymoon of second wife.
He told me he comes from Paris and goes to Paris, something like this, huh?
Yes,
yes,
for
so
my wife.
City of love, huh? Well done, thank you again. Other questions, or should we do it during the dinner? He will be there at dinner time, your wife is there at the dinner time, so then have a discussion about AIS in Japan at the dinner. Okay, so thank you very much. So Taro was the last speaker in our terrestrial panel, which was I guiding through. And now more or less my job is done, so I can order a beer or two, and I'm happy now to hand over to the satellite man, John Allen, who will guide you through the afternoon. So,
Great.
John, it's yours.
Thank you, Carsten. It's a pleasure to be back in Hamburg again, although I did have a couple of nightmares heading here because I've possibly had my worst ever hangovers in Hamburg, aided and abetted, of course, by Carsten Bullmeyer, and I'm sure he'll do his best tonight. The other thing I've suddenly realised, I've got a lot more in common with Carsten and Peter than I thought, and that singular thing is vanity, because we've obviously got images that are at least 15 years out of date, showing us as young men in our prime. And I did notice that Alex looked as a teenager in his, so anyway. Moving on very quickly, because we are pushed for time. 4 very, very good presentations coming up from the satellite perspective. My background very quickly, I'm retired now. I have my own consultancy business, but I've been 40 years in the Earth observation and satellite business, primarily Earth observation, but 2010 I joined Exact Earth pre-launch and built up as VP of Sales and Marketing and built up the commercial side of that, leaving in 2014 before I made any money from the Spire takeover, unfortunately. But I still do a lot of work now for companies involved in the space business, go-to-market strategies. So I'm really grateful that Carsten gave me the opportunity now to stand and chair this session on satellite AIS. So without further ado, I'm going to sit down and introduce Gerd Eiden from LuxSpace, who is our first presenter. We have 2 well-established companies presenting and 2 sort of relatively new companies, so I think it's going to be a really interesting session. Good.
Thank you very much. Hello to all. Does it work? Oh, it works, okay. So first of all, Carsten, thank you very much for inviting me to speak a little bit about our new developments at LuxSpace on maritime surveillance. And also, Annette, thank you very much for the organization of that event, very much appreciated. So today, I will highlight a little bit what we are doing at LuxSpace on maritime surveillance. CSAT-IQ, the concept I will present. But before I start with this presentation, let me quickly go back to one of our standard services we are providing. So as you may know, LuxSpace was pioneering the satellite AIS domain. Together with OPCOM and at the time ComDev from Canada, we were the first ones to launch a small AIS receiver on a upper stage of a Chinese rocket, because we were interested to see whether it's really possible to capture or to pick up a signal, an AIS signal from space. And it worked out very well. Later on, we built 2 satellites for OPCOM, the VESELSAT 1 and 2 in 2010 and 11. And then in 2016, we developed 1 ESAT satellite for Exact Earth, in fact, our competitors. And since then, we are providing AIS data services to many different customers, basically institutional customers. So what we are doing, we are fusing different data sources in one data stream, which we are configuring according to customer needs and customer requirements. So we have developed, I think, a very good API where even the customer directly can configure the data delivery. We have everything, of course, on the cloud, high reliable, and we are working a little bit on the AIS data analytics. So we are providing an improved ETA based on the traffic lanes. We are improving the low code. As you may know, low code, so the destination feed in the AIS message is often very crappy, and we have developed a tool to improve that. Then we do some vessel prediction, port congestion. We also work on behavior analysis. And one thing, since we are a satellite company also working with Earth observation data, so we are also fusing AIS data with Earth observation data, doing ship detection on SAR images, on optical images for different customers we have. So this is a little bit about our standard AIS data service. But now coming to CSAT IQ. So as you all know, AIS is the basic data source for maritime surveillance. AIS data is used to generate these maritime awareness pictures, but AIS was never designed to track vessels. AIS was designed to anti-collision avoidance. It was never used to, or never intended to be used as a tracking device or tracking tool. So therefore we see all the problems. It can be switched off, it can be jammed, it can be spoofed. Satellite reception of AIS messages is limited or constrained in certain areas. So it's not the perfect tool to really have a recognized complete maritime pictures. So we have a solution developed over the past years. So we are able to locate and identify vessels based on their navigational radar. And this will overcome a lot of problems to find the bad guys, the dark ships. So be it the Russian shadow fleet, or be it illegal fishery, sanction avoidance, you name it. And how this system works. So we have developed a specific antenna design and a RF data processing chain, which is able to analyze the RF emissions, the X-band radar emissions. So on the satellite, we have 2 antennas, one looking back, one looking forward. So when the satellite is passing over the vessel, it captures with a forward-looking antenna the first radar signal. It can discriminate between different navigational radar signals. And then when it continues flying over that vessel, the same signal is received with a backward-looking antenna. Based on that, we can already do a basic localization of the vessel, drilling it down for 3 to 4 nautical miles for more than 90% of all the vessel positions, which is quite good. We have the confirmation from many marine authorities. They're happy with this key figure. And the sweet spot in this system is that the signal, the radar signal, which we are receiving is unique. It's like a fingerprint. And this allows us to track a vessel. This also allows us to cross-correlate this radar signal with an AIS message, and then we can identify the vessel. So this is pretty nice. But the unique selling point of our system is the coverage and the revisit time. So thanks to a field of view left and right from the satellite of more than 2,000 kilometers, we are able to, with one single satellite, to have a refresh of in about 4.5 hours. So we can see the same sea area after 4 hours. At maximum, the worst case on the equator, the more we go to the northern latitudes, the higher the revisit rate is. If we deploy a constellation of 8 satellites, we did a mission analysis, we can drill that revisit rate down to 30 minutes, which means that every 30 minutes we see the same area again and again and again and again. So this is basically the technical concept in brief. Can you please show the video? So this is an animation of the satellite constellation, 8 satellites on 4 different planes, each plane for 2 satellites. And then you see this is roughly a 45-minute animation. You see how nicely we cover all the 7 seas of our globe. Okay. Okay, so what is our value proposition? So as I said, we have a high probability of detection. We did a lot of simulations. So we will be able to capture 90% of all the vessels in the field of view. We can drill the position down to 4 nautical miles for most of the vessels. We have this large field of view, which gives us this high refresh rate. We have no downtime, so the system works 24/7, so there is no tasking required, so we have a kind of persistent surveillance. So whenever a customer wants to have data, we can deliver. Current existing systems, they need to be tasked, and this tasking takes time. So you have a lead time of at least 10 hours. We can deliver the data instantly. And of course, we are not dependent on any weather or daylight. And the solution is, of course, very cost efficient. So just to give you a current status of our project, so the NAVRAD system, the concept was already developed in 2014, so more than 10 years ago. So we put it a little bit aside. We discovered this lately, and we started in 21 a breadboard development of the payload. Currently, we are working on the antenna, which is a long lead item and a little bit complicated. So we hope that we can get that soon in our office. And we are now planning to launch a demo satellite in Q1 26. And we hope we get the necessary funding from European Space Agency, because launching a satellite is quite a costly activity. So we hope that we get the funding from the Luxembourg Space Agency and the European Space Agency. And we expect, after a 2-year manufacturing time, that we can launch in Q4 27, and in 28 provide the first data to really prove that the concept is working. Okay, that's all from my side. If you have any question, talk to us. There's also Maggie and Felix on our small booth, so if you have any interest in AIS data, on our data service, both are happy to answer any question you have. Thank you.
I don't know where the other microphone's gone. If we could have that back. Good, excellent presentation. Thank you. Any questions on that? Are these seats too comfortable after lunch? Yeah, there's a question there. Thanks.
Hello, Sander van Dijk from Ambry. You mentioned 99% accuracy within 4 nautical miles. Are there specific situations where you get higher accuracy? Is it congested areas, maybe lower accuracy, or is there any patterns like that?
I mean, we base our assumption on many different simulations, also in high traffic areas. Of course, a precision accuracy of 4 nautical miles in congested areas are a little bit tricky, because you need to distinguish different vessels, and these circles of accuracy are overlapping. This will for sure be an issue to have that precisely in high congested areas. That's right. This is an issue which we have to work on. It's a valid question, valid remark.
Where does my name is Alfred from Wesserdog, I'm the hardware manufacturer. Where does the difference of the radar signal comes from? From the reflection of the vessel, or is the radar beam itself different with a fingerprint?
It's the radar emission from that bar. We have about 6 different parameters based on which we can make the distinction. And we proved it in 2014. We were flying over the North Sea with a test payload with also a simple antenna, and we could prove that we can distinguish the different radar signals coming from different vessels, and even the same manufacturing company for that radar. There are slightly different parameters based on that we can distinguish the different radars and vessels.
Any more questions for Gert? Oh, over here.
Hi, thanks. I'm George. I'm from Lloyd's List Intelligence. Really interesting tech. How, in those situations where you have lots of vessels together away from the shore, so in busy trade lanes, do you actually find that distinction? So you match a vessel's radar signature to the vessel itself as from their AIS, when even the AIS signals can get a bit difficult to choose between?
I mean, we are already using this cross correlation of AIS and Earth observation imagery, which works pretty well. We have or Felix developed quite some intelligent algorithms to do that cross correlation. Of course, it's cross correlation between AIS and the radar emissions need to be done not once, forever. No, you do need to do it. You need to update it as often you can to really make sure that the radar signal and the AIS are matching. There are, of course, situations where the match will not be perfect, so then you have to repeat it, so that you have a final match. And I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm not a marketing guy, but we will not manage to cross-correlate all vessels. And we have edge cases where it will not work. But for most of the vessels we can, and they are normally operated not in the high congested areas. They are doing it, this illegal activity somewhere out where there are not that many other vessels. So we are quite confident that we can deliver what we promise.
Great. I think we're running out of time there, Gert. Thank you very much again for that extremely interesting presentation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to the next presentation, again by a stalwart of the industry, an old colleague of mine, George Best, not the footballer, although I'm sure in his younger days he was. But anyway, George Best from Orbcom is now going to give us the update from Orbcom. There you go.
I have no slides. I read Carson's note. Obviously, a lot of people didn't. What I wanted to talk about today was the evolution of satellite AIS. We keep talking about AIS as though it's something that is singular. No, it's an individual. Satellite is a part of the AIS world. AIS has been around a long time. If you look at the technology of AIS, for those of you who go back far enough, it's TD. That was used by phone companies in the 80s, and we're still using it in 2025. So that's the first thing you should ask about AIS. When are we going to make it better? In this room are about 6 people who were in the start of satellite AIS. That would be back in 2008, 2009 through 2012. They are here, still here. How the hell we survived, I have no idea, but we have, and done very well at it. In 2008, Orbcom launched 6 satellites. At the same time, it was called ComDev then and became ExactEarth, launched 1 satellite. The 6 satellites that Orbcom launched provided an excellent example of what not to do in space. Within 2 years, they lost all of them. They had put a Russian gyro into the satellites and they failed, every one of them. The little device that ComDev put up, cost $700,000, and I was told just this lunchtime that it finally crashed from space earlier this year. And for all those years, that little device functioned. Now, it only gave 90 seconds of information, but it succeeded. What I'm indicating to you is space is still a very dangerous place. It isn't easy, and it fails, as we know from various satellites that have gone up and rockets. What we have today is Orbcomm, which is the only remaining satellite raw data provider that hasn't been acquired. Maybe this week that will change. We have made a deal with S&P Global, but because of their legal requirements, etc., nothing has progressed except it's going to happen. So we are the last remaining individual freedom-loving company that's going to be merged. By 2012, the industry started to merge terrestrial with satellite. Terrestrial had been around for a while, and Peter, who's here, knew all about that, and he did very well with it. But it wasn't until about 2012 that we started to appreciate what was required. Satellite AIS on its own isn't very accurate. The reason is, the analogy I'll give you is, it's a broadcast system. It's the same as your automobile picking up a radio signal from a wireless transmitter. That's it. If you get in a bad area, it's not going to work. If you do other things, it's not going to work. And it has progressed that way. We've tried to put up more satellites, etc., but that isn't always the solution. So that was the evolution until 2014. And then the industry changed again, and there was scaling and commercialization. You had Orbcomm launched its new satellites after losing the 6, that was 2014, 2015. Other companies entered the industry, Spire, for example. And Iridium Next came in, and that was the next evolution of space and how we used it. But again, not all of them succeeded. I think I'm correct in saying that Spire's satellites lasted about 2 years. And that's what a CSAT will generally do. We misunderstand that it's pretty rough up there. It's not going down to the beach and watching the sun and enjoying it. It's rough. Then we got to the ecosystem and the maturity, and things changed again. Spire required Exact Earth. There's another one gone. And Spire's AIS business is sold. They got out of the business. This transition has been going on all the time. What has allowed the industry to succeed is that the original suppliers of raw data still exist and are still there and are supplying it. What is making the industry successful is the added value. What you've seen today, most of them are added value service providers. They take AIS, they blend it with the things, they mix it, and we have a growing, exciting industry. And back in 2008, when I stood in India and watched a little satellite be launched, and all of a sudden looked to the screen and it was full of dots, I went, wow, because that's all it was, a bunch of dots. We had to understand that each one of those was a vessel. And there was information contained within those dots, but we hadn't got to the point of expanding on that. We didn't get all the signals that are in AIS, etc. So let's move forward to what we're trying to do today. One is VDES. We've just seen presentations on it. It's going to be difficult. The thing about the shipping industry is they don't move quickly, number one. My analogy is if you're in the airline industry, they travel at 1,000 kilometers an hour and everything moves fast. Unfortunately, ships travel about 17 knots and everything else competes with it to be slower. So let's look at VDES. The first thing we're going to have to do is build transponders to go on the vessels. They're not expensive, and ship owners don't change very quickly. So how long is it going to be before we see VDES? I think it's about 5 to 10 years before it becomes a reality of what's happening. And that's what the reality of our business is. What matters for operators and users? Coverage quality is important. It's become extremely important, and everything you saw today was how the improvement of satellite AIS is adding to the quality of the service, and the added value people are blending other information to make it better. And that is important. High traffic lanes, we've started to use different forms of capture of AI signals, and the South China Sea, which has been a terrible menace to most of us, is starting to actually look pretty good from the added value services we have. You've heard about the issue of China and terrestrial. Got it. I was on the phone with our reseller in China, speaking to the general manager, and suddenly there was this screaming and shouting, and some guy mumbled that he was from the national security operation of the Chinese government, and turn off your terrestrial services you're supplying outside of China. And that was it. That was the end, just like that. That's going to happen more as people start to understand what's going on. I cannot go to China, just to give you an example, I cannot go to China because I deal with a company that deals with RF services for shipping. The Chinese consider that spying. Think about that. If you work with a company, don't go that does RF. That's my conclusion. We're going forward. We're going to have an exciting time with S&P Global, and I hope for our next meeting next year we'll have a lot more to talk about in terms of the future of this industry. Thank you.
Great, thank you, George. I'm sure there'll be a few questions straight down there.
So you said 5 to 10 years before you see VDS deployed. I'm wondering, what are the forces at work that make you think 5 to 10 years?
The ship owners.
But why do they even want to install it? What will drive them to install it is my question.
An offer, making it, for example, if you supply the device, give an application free with it. So make it useful to them. On its own, it's not going to appear very useful. But if you give some added value service, they will do that.
But who gives that offer?
The supplier of the device,
okay.
Working with others. I mean, the issue we face is that the things like this in the maritime world are very slow. The IMO makes decisions very slowly. This has just been approved. Trying to get ship owners to put a new AIS device in is going to be a while.
So you could say, though, with the original AIS, there was a drive to reduce accidents. There was what is the win behind whoever's financing this that leads them to do this? This is I don't know.
Well, the trouble with AIS is it's a transmission system, and it's meant for collision avoidance. It's one way, and we have no ability to add value to that one way. If someone turns it off, it's off. And we don't know where it is. Now, RF has come in and they're trying to use that to identify the vessel, but it's not always successful. AIS has its limitations, and turning it off is one of the worst. I mean, if they switch it off. The US Navy decided to turn theirs off, by the way, off Japan, and managed to collide with a couple of ships. You know, they woke up. There was a reason they had AIS, not to be secret.
I think to come on to your point about the IMO, I remember 2010 when satellite AIS was still in its infancy. There's if you've never been to the IMO, it's the United Nations, and it's the lobbyists there, the ship owners have a massive lobby. And as Exact Earth, we went to present to the IMO to explain how satellite AIS could help everybody. And the CEO, in his presentation, he unfortunately put one word in the presentation, which was surveillance. And he mentioned that, and the whole IMO, you could hear this sharp intake of breath. What? They're spying on us. Yeah. And there was a massive pushback against satellite AIS. In the end, the South Africans, the Australian Maritime Safety Agency, they're pretty powerful. They pushed it all through. But there was a huge issue there. And the lobbyists the ship owners will not spend any money at all on the ships if they don't have to. So VDES, I think, will come in when people realise it is, in theory, a low-cost way of communication. Rather than spending on Inmarsat terminals, you can communicate with other vessels, simply. It's AIS with chat, in its simplest form. That might push it along, but I tend to agree with George. It's going to take a long time for people to change. The big companies will do it, the smaller ones probably won't. Okay, one last question before we move on. Any more for any more? No? Okay, thanks, George. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we're moving on to the newcomers, shall we say, to the AIS satellite world. I'd like to welcome, where is he, Gaius, from AAC Clyde Space. He's there at the back. That's a bit like the Oscars, this, isn't it? You sort of announce people and they walk up. Good. Okay. So yeah, AAC Clyde Space. I won't get any introduction. I'll leave it all up to you guys. And as I say, 15 minutes, sir.
Right. Go. So yeah, my name's Caius, and nice to be here. Good to meet you all. So I'm from AAC Clyde Space. So very to the point title, and I won't repeat too much of what's been said before. But our company, we've been more of a missions provider for the past 20 years. So we've flown lots of missions for different people, lots of different applications, including AIS, Earth observation, Internet of Things. That's where the business has been, and we are two companies, technically, that have fused in like 2015, 2017, something like this. And where we are today is we are now moving towards being a data provider for companies across the world, in both maritime and other use cases as well. So what we've got today in terms of the maritime intelligence constellation is we're operating 6 satellites from our Virginia office. You might recognize the name AAC Space Quest. And just recently, we've commissioned another satellite, Sedna-1. So these are 3U CubeSats that we launched at the end of last year with SpaceX. And we recently commissioned Sedna-1 a couple of weeks back, so it's now delivering commercial data to customers. And Sedna-2 will be coming online in a few kind of following weeks. So we've got global coverage with around 45 minutes latency with this constellation. That will be improving with the additional ground stations that we're bringing online, as well as the satellites we'll be launching. So with AAC Space Quest and Fairfax, we've got a long historical AIS history library as well. So that spans about 15, 16 years as well. So just what's happening tomorrow is we are working with a mission partner to provide VDES, like everyone's just been talking about. But these satellites will also be able to provide AIS, like John has mentioned, AIS with chat, basically. So yeah, what is VDES? VDES is a VHF data exchange system, and it's been very much marketed as like AIS 2.0. This is a demonstration satellite that we launched in 2023 called Mir-1. That was with the AIS consortium. That's AAC Clyde Space, Orbcom, and SAB. And yeah, AIS, as you've probably heard today, has got a lot of its own issues. It's got, some limitations, congestion, People can spoof it, people can turn it off. You would have heard from Loud's List chat as well as like George as well. So yeah, there's a lot of ways that this two-ways communications can support a lot of new applications, particularly vessel traffic management, just-in-time arrival for support for ports, fisheries management, and authentication of AIS. So like John was talking about as well, VDES will be approved by the IMO for the SOLAS Convention as an option from 2028, and that's when we plan to have our full constellation rolled out. So with our mission partner, we've got 12 satellites planned for that, in addition to what we have today. So yeah, with the Mir 1, we successfully did a demonstration of a two-way communications, and we recently did this for, I might butcher this, S124 navigation warning services. And Sedna 2 that you saw in the past slide is also VDES capable. So a lot of the reason why we're here today is we are very much satellite experts. We can build satellites, we can operate them, we've been doing that for a lot of time. But we want to know more about the applications that you guys are using them for. We're not stereotypically like in the maritime space. So if you are looking for a trial on the VDES, it's something we've been working with a couple of Coast Guards with, or if you've got applications that you think are useful, let us know and we'll organize that. And yeah, we also have another service coming online, which is called, I'm going backwards, Inflection. So Inflection is a European Space Agency-backed project to combine lots of different data sources, including SAR with some of our partners, so that's synthetic aperture radar, VDES, which we're providing, as well as RF sensing. So that's just like kind of like your signal intelligence. So with this program, we have funded, I can't say how many satellites, but a good number of satellites to come on board by the end of 2028, in addition to the 12 that we mentioned. So we're just wanting to bring more options to the market in terms of satellite AIS, and looking to partner with whoever is interested, working in a partner sphere, maybe just a customer straight up. Yeah, so there's lots of different applications here in Inflection, including dark vessel detection, including maritime domain awareness. There's quite a few things we can do with this program, and again, we are still investigating use cases, so if you have anything that you want to share, let us know. And just in addition to all these satellites that we're launching, we've also got a lot of experience with managing Earth observation constellations. So we've done a mission with NASA called the Seahawk constellation to manage, to observe a sea ocean color monitoring. And we've also been working with Wyvern, who you might recognize from the sort of Canadian space. They are doing hyperspectral imagery. But Varian will be 4 satellites, 16U, that'll be launching next year at the same time of our February and June launches with the AIS and VDES constellation. So here, we're more intending for it to be for land use applications, but the more we talk to AIS users, they're interested in fusing this data together. So there you can see the spectral bands. It's 1.5 meter and aligned to the Sentinel-2 bands, excluding shortwave infrared. And I've got, there we go, just some sample imagery that you can see. So this is simulated imagery from a flight, but we've repurposed it to look quite similar to be representative. So you can see, this is sort of resolution you'll be getting when it comes to being able to analyze boats and their positions. So this could be useful for like a port congestion analysis use case if you fuse it with AIS. But a lot of people think that Earth observation data is too expensive to be useful in a business use case, when it comes to working with AIS. But if you're working, you need to find the right use case where 1.5 meters is actually quite useful for you. You don't need to go to the crazy high resolutions from Airbus for like 30 centimeters. I mean, with this, you're looking at about $4 per square kilometer. So if you're looking for any data, we'd be happy to explore options with you. So these are my contact details. My name is Caius, and I'm part of the business development team at ClydeSpace.
Great, thanks guys. A very A very comprehensive set of satellites up there. I've got some questions, but I'll open it to the floor first. Anybody got any questions or comments for Gaius? You want to hear mine then? Good, right. The merging of imagery and AIS has been going forever. You know, AIS from a satellite, you've got 4,000 kilometer view. The view from a satellite is maybe 15 kilometers per 15 kilometers, so it's a very different beast. You know, the time taken to process the imagery and get it down takes forever, and we see lots of images of ships always in ports, rarely out in the oceans, tied in with that. How do you see, you know, tying in imagery from the satellites with AIS being a practical, you know, application because of the timings, the latencies, and the coverage areas?
Yeah, maybe one of my on the slide ping our maritime project manager, but because we are kind of working with all these satellites under one roof and it's all from our own operations center, we're not having to communicate with someone else to try and like get these pictures in real time. You know, we're losing time trying to communicate with someone else. We're hoping that reduces quite a lot of, you know, maybe missed opportunities.
Okay. You got a question, then we'll go to you.
My name is Carsten Bullemer from AIS Summit. My question is simple one. How much is it?
How much is it?
So if I want to buy a global satellite feed from you, how much? What do you charge?
It's a good price. I can guarantee it's a good price just now. But
it's a good price.
It's a good price, definitely.
Okay.
Ask him after a beer.
Okay. I give you beer, you give me data.
Yeah. We also build satellites for people, so if anyone's kind of wanting to kind of start their own thing, we could do that as well.
Thanks for the presentation. Charlie Maher from Blue Shadow. We're focused on maritime security. Question, is your processing for cross-correlation of different sensors happening at the satellite, or are you doing it on the ground?
So we have got a team who does onboard processing, more on the imagery side, but like, it's a little too technical for my knowledge, sorry.
Processing at the satellite obviously offers advantages about latency issues and also being able to direct the SAR at the location of where you expect to find an AIS ship rather than doing a large area scan. So you could have a lot more efficiency if you're doing it at the satellites. I'm just wondering if that's what your plan is.
No, it's a good question to ask. I'll make sure to talk to James on our team, Maritime Project Manager.
No, it's a very good point you raised there, because traditionally the radar sat, I think it was C-band, aimed at maritime, that was looking at huge areas and could find vessels. It couldn't identify them, it could find them. The later SARs now are all high resolution X-band. They all say, oh yeah, we can find the dark ships. And my question to them always is, how do you know where to point your satellite? Because if it's a dark ship, it's not broadcasting AIS. Therefore, how do you know where to point? And they don't. As an application, it's still, I think, in its infancy, even 20, 30 years after the first SAR satellite was launched. We haven't quite cracked that issue. So I hope somebody can. And I'm happy to take an argument from anybody if they disagree with me. Okay, any final questions for Gaius? No? Great. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you very much.
Okay, moving on, remarkably on time, it's probably the first time ever in a presentation. We're going to move on to a company, Kinace, and it's Antoine Lagre who's going to tell us all about the IoT SATCOM business.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. So I'm going to talk about Kinace, the newcomer on the small world of AIS satellite operation. First of all, sorry for my English. I'm the typical French guy who listens to French music, watches French movies, and always had poor marks in English class. So be kind with my English. So, founded in 2018, Kinace is a successor to the renowned Argos system, the first satellite-based global positioning system launched in the 70s. Now, Kinace is a global SATCOM operator that offers global coverage, low latency, and low revisit time for both missions, IoT and AIS. We launched 20 satellites in less than 1 year, from 2024 to 2025. All the satellites are in orbit and fully operational, and our SATCOM services have been open since this summer. We are very proud of what we've done, designing, producing, launching and commissioning a complete satellite system in such a short time was a big challenge, and we've made it. The 25 satellites are perfectly distributed over 5 distinct planes in low Earth orbit that offer global coverage, include pulse, and low revisit time. 20 ground stations are distributed smartly on the globe that allow us to offer low latency. The whole infrastructure is fully owned and operated by Kinéis. The satellite platform, the antennas, the payloads, the ground station, and all the components of the ground segment. All our partners are European, and the data is processed and stored in France. We do not depend on any other SATCOM operator. Our payloads are not embedded in third-party satellites. We do not use the third-party network of ground stations. So all the space infrastructure is owned by Kinéis, so we have a complete control over it, and we can easily aggregate it. This is really important to us, for us to keep this flexibility. So, since the summer, there is a new AIS constellation in orbit. This is up and running, and that works great. Why? Because innovative AIS receivers have been placed on board Kinéis satellites. And what makes our satellites different from the other? The multi-strand technology. In our satellites, we do not have only one antenna, but 6 distinct antennas. And each antenna receives the radio frequency signals differently, with differences in phase and amplitude. And by combining smartly the different RF signals, we are able to perform beamforming to manage the collision. And that is the real added value of this technology. Much better collision management in dense area. And the results are remarkable. Our multi-antenna receiver is able to receive up to 10 times more messages than a mono-antenna receiver. Moreover, the AIS mission benefits of the infrastructure set up for the requirements of IoT. So the 20 ground station, the polar orbits, the feature of the satellite platform that explain the great performance of our service. So let's talk now about the quality of our field. So here are the key metrics of our SAIS data field. 100,000 unique MMSI are detected per day. Our constellation receives around 10 million messages per day. The median latency of our system is 3 minutes. This means half of the messages received are distributed to the customer in less than 3 minutes. And the revisit time of our system is about 1 hour. We provide this is already open. The service has been fully operational since this summer. So this is not a roadmap, this is a reality. We provide this data feed following the industry standards. Raw and EMEA data through TCP streaming service. So if you're already working with AIS data provider, it's really easy to integrate. So let's come and try it out. Now I would like to present you another live data feed, another service of our portfolio, the KinTrust 63. It's another live data feed of independent vessel positions that allow us to highlight spoofing, jamming, or faulty GPS. How does it work? First, is it possible through our multi-antenna technology? Because our receiver receives many messages from the same vessel in one satellite pass. Secondly, our payload are able to measure really accurate frequency measurements. And so, thanks to the Doppler effect, we are able to measure the Doppler shift during the satellite pass and then run algorithm to calculate the position of the vessel. And this advanced positioning algorithm is not easy to implement, but we can rely on 40 years of experience in location algorithm within the Argos system. And we are really happy with the accuracy we managed to achieve. We're able to locate the vessel within 5 kilometers, and for well-received Class A vessel, we achieve even greater accuracy. If you want to learn more about this technology, please to come and see me, because it's quite complex to explain here in a few minutes. It's really important to understand that it's physics. That's not artificial intelligence. We measure the Doppler shift, and then we solve physics equation, so our positions tell the truth. That's not prediction. And we provide this position in the same way as AIS messages. For this, we designed a new NMEA message type, the type 63, in order to enable easy integration into the live TCP stream. So let's stop talking about technology and look at what it's used for. The type 63 messages allow us to highlight spoofing. We all know the famous case of the oil tanker that do not report the real position when they go to Venezuela to load oil. We have an example on the right image where the blue pass corresponds to the position reported by the vessel in the AIS messages, and the green pass corresponds to the real position of the vessel calculated by Kinesis. And it's a common occurrence. Many vessels do it. But there is other use case of spoofing. We can see on the left image bulk carrier heading for Iran, a country under embargo. I will not reveal everything here, but I can assure that we've detected really interesting cases. This data is extremely valuable for institutions and companies that carry out maritime surveillance, especially intelligence services. We can use this data also to compensate for faulty GPS. Many vessels do report invalid or incoherent positions, and thanks to our technology, we are able to locate them and that allow these vessels to be tracked. Finally, I would like to conclude this presentation by sharing with you our mindset. I think many of us here share the same mission to improve maritime safety and security, to contribute to preserve marine resources and biodiversity. And our contribution to this mission, our focus is on delivering high quality data and nothing else. We don't develop platform and solution providers to address specific use cases. We don't have an army of data scientists, software engineer, product manager to deliver high quality product across all industries. So we are entering the AIS market with humility, and we really rely on solution providers and data distributors as key partners to address end users. So we are delighted to meet you at this event. This is the first event for us, and are really open to discussing any type of partnership. Thanks a lot for listening, and feel free to ask questions. Go slowly, please.
Okay, thank you, Antoine. Okay, we have a question over here.
Thank you very much. Two questions, maybe rolled into one. You mentioned 25 nanosatellites. All of them are AIS equipped? And the second question, if I may, you spoke about the 63 message. How much time from detection to delivery?
So for the first question, the 25 satellites are equipped with IoT payloads because it's our main mission, our main activity. But not all of them are equipped with AIS, only a part of it. And today we opened the minimal service that seems to meet the market requirements, but we can upgrade it with other satellites. And for the second question, the median latency between the reception of the RF signals and the transmission of type 63 message with independent position is 10 minutes latency. And then in our data feed, we provide updates. If we are able with new data to update the position, we can update the position up to 4 hours or 5 hours. But the first position we provide to our customer is about 10 minutes after the reception of the RF signals.
Question there.
Hi, Richard Colich from GSTS. One of those 6 people in the room that launched some of those first satellites, so interesting to see what you're doing here as well. Just confirming, are you using a dual polarized antenna, and you're looking at modulation index, polarization characteristics, Doppler shift on the AIS payload systems? Are you collecting the signals intelligence or still just the messages with the Doppler shift?
Okay, you speak about the technique to calculate the 63 messages, that's right?
Yeah, I'm just asking are you collecting the messages? Or are you collecting the signals intelligence with the Doppler shift with the antenna? Do you have a dual polarized antenna?
We are collecting we receive the RF signals.
Right.
The first the processing chain is to perform the kind of beamforming. So we're extracting signals, and then we perform demodulations, and when we have valid messages on board, we don't flow the messages on the ground. But for each messages, we are able to measure the Doppler frequency of the RF signal received. And thanks to this measure, we perform on the ground the algorithm to measure the Doppler shift and so on.
I'll have some more questions after, but just the second question. I'm assuming you're not using intersatellite links, so therefore you have a very large number of ground stations. I mean, 10-minute latency would mean that you would have to have, a lot of ground stations. And if you're picking up a signal someplace in the middle of the ocean, it's going to be more than 10 minutes to get to an overpass land site to be able to downlink the data. So I'm just wondering how you achieve that.
The 3 minutes is the median latency. We do not have interlink between satellites. We have 20 ground stations which is smartly distributed over the globe. The CDF 90, so 90% of the message are received in less than 30 minutes. So in some area, we can achieve 30 minutes, or maybe for the 1% of the traffic is more than that, but half of the traffic is received in less than 3 minutes, because the vessels are in the same area as the ground station.
Okay, I've just got one last question. One of the slides you mentioned collision management. Does that mean you're doing some processing of the spectrum when you're in very high traffic density areas? And the second part of the question is, if you have one of those high density areas in your field of view, how does that impact your locational capability that we were just talking about?
Yes. Okay, great. The multi-antenna processing is performed all the time. There is no like a dynamic processing according the area. And the idea is to manage the collision by adapt the beamforming to perform beamforming, because we received differently. We received 6 RF signals differently, so we are trying multiple combination really quickly on board to see which is the combination of the 6 RF signals that allow us to detect a message or detect different messages in the same time, because we apply different combination of on the RF signals for the same time slot.
Okay.
And that's true in really high density. It doesn't work as well as we expected, and in this really high density area, if we are not able to detect signals, we are not able to perform type TX63 service.
Okay.
We need AIS messages because we need to identify the MMSC to perform the type 63 message.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any final question before we move on? Okay, one more, last one.
Very quickly, are there other sensors on board your satellites other than just AIS?
Yeah, they're the IoT payloads. Yes.
And how do they use, as far as your trust program, are they also, those other sensors used to integrate into your trust program?
No, they are not used.
Okay, great. Thanks, Antoine. Okay, we've come to a sort of very special part of the day. I'm going to hand across now to George Best, who is going to give us a little talk about Andy Loretta.
I came here with a good heart, but this is going to be a sad one. It's to do with a man called Andy Loretta. Andy was early in the industry. He worked for Orbcom from 2009 onwards, and working with him as I did for over 15 years, he became a trusted friend, partner, and he was my boss, and it was important. On June the 10th, Andy went out for a normal jog. He went every evening, and some nutcase driving a car at 120 kilometers an hour along a street that was supposed to be 25 struck him, collided with an ice cream truck and 2 other vehicles. Andy was killed instantly. It was a dramatic loss to us. We had just finished a few hours earlier a team call, and all of a sudden we got an urgent call from our general manager and said, "I have to talk to you." And that was the message, and it certainly was a sad one. He had a wife and 2 children. One thing I have to say about Andy, all the years I knew him, he always spoke of his little kids. It wasn't until, unfortunately, he died that I found out one was about 18 and the other was about 15. But that's what happens when you're a parent. What I'd like to do is hold a 1-minute silence for Andy in remembrance of not only him, but his contribution to the industry, which was significant. Maybe guys could stand up. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. I would like to say one other thing. The summit has contributed $5,000 to his children's education fund. And if any company or anyone else wishes to contribute, just inform Carsten or Anne here, and we'll take care of it. But that was the contribution from this group, this organization, and it is well received. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks, George. Thank you. Yeah, he was one of the good guys, Andy. Yeah, a competitor, but a good guy.
So yeah, this was the not so funny part of the AIS Summit. I was really shocked when I heard this message, because when Peter came with the idea, hey, please Carsten, do another summit, I sent out some emails, and the first guy who responded was Andy. Said, hey, I'm coming, great, and we have some beers, and I will sponsor the pub night for sure. And then, okay, and then we heard nothing. And then they came up with this message. So I mean, the whole group of people, we are doing this events since 20 years or so. Everybody was really shocked and is still shocked, and it shows how short life can be. So, yeah, let's have a break. Let's have a coffee break. Enjoy the weather. Take a coffee, take an ice cream, or maybe even popcorn, and then we come back in 15 or 20 minutes with our last round. 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock. Okay, 3 o'clock we meet for the next round. Thanks.
Good. All right. We'll just give them an extra minute or so to... how are we doing, Carsten? We any more coming in? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back on time. We've now reached the last hour of the official presentations. We've seen a lot of information about data, all the different ways of obtaining it, all the different types of data that we can obtain. We're now going to move on more to the applications. And I know we nearly had fisticuffs between Richard and Carsten before about it's the data, no, it's the application. But I'm on Richard's side. Without the applications, what is the data, other than dots on maps that people spoke about? So I think this is going to be a very, very important session. Again, let's get some good questions going. But I just want to check with everybody first, though. These little things. Has anybody ever read the safety notice on the back of these? Honestly, anybody ever read the safety notice? Serious, this very serious. It says, "Do not look into laser with remaining eye." So just make sure you take care of these things. So, sorry, on that note, I'm going to hand across to Chris. Fascinating talk last night about OptiRiver, so I'm really looking forward to this presentation.
Thank you, John. First of all, thank you for organizing the AIS Summit. Thank you for inviting me over here. Actually, I invited myself by, by sponsoring the pub night, but that's okay. Well, we've had a lunch, we've had a coffee break, we're a little bit tired. A lot of information came our way. I'm just gonna get your attention. We're not using AI. So AI is for tomorrow. Today we are using CS. CS, anybody knows what CS stands for? The latest technology from Flanders? Common sense. So we use a lot of common sense. So we are trying to revolutionize inland waterways through AIS. That's the reason why I'm here, why you guys are here. Real-time data and common sense-powered insights to overcome the challenges that have plagued river transport for generations. Anybody know how many rivers are properly charted? Navigable rivers that are properly charted. 2%. The one chart's going to Hamburg and the chart's going to Antwerp. So that's the major ports that are positioned inland. It costs a lot of money. That's the reason why most rivers are not properly charted. Okay, I will see if I can swipe. Yeah, perfect. So how does it work? We get the AIS data and we fuse it with the echo sounder data. So the echo sounder is a device. There is a transducer under the bottom of the ship on the keel. It sends a wave, and then the wave gets reflected by the bottom, and the main unit calculates the time interlapse, and that basically gives us a depth. What you see here is our capture device. Because the AIS data doesn't contain depth data, even though the echo sounder is next to the GPS, you can actually see the GPS position. The AIS data, like most of you guys know, is only latitude, longitude, speed, heading, and no depth. So how do we capture the depth? We basically have a little Android phone. I like Karsmer's, the phone is our savior. And basically, we point it with a dashboard mount to the actual value we want to capture. OCR is done online or here on the edge, computing, common sense, and the value is stored and then fused together with our AIS data. So this is an actual setup on board a big vessel. You have these $200 million vessels, and they have this very basic setup. We've talked about land AIS, we've talked about satellite AIS, we have talked about shipborne AIS, and I'm the only one today talking about the cable AIS. So this is my Trends, German, from Bremen, and they have made a nice PPU. There is several PPU manufacturers. This is the device on the ship. As a pilot, I come on board and I connect my pilot plug to the AIS transmitter or transceiver device. So this is what the pilot brings, and this is what the ship has on board. So we have the position, and if the echo sounder is working and the OCR is working, we can actually capture the depth. So basically, the center arrow is the measured depth by the echo sounder. We have an additional parameter variable is the tidal level, so the river doesn't stay at one level, the sea doesn't stay at one level, it goes up and down, so we need to correct the measured depth. And of course, the transducer of the vessel is not on the water surface, it's actually on the bottom of the keel, so we have to take into account the draft of the vessel.
You can use the laser, but don't look into it, right? You know.
In my remaining eye. I'll check. Yeah, there we go. So for the depth calculation, we use the draft and the echo sounder depth. It's estimated, but it gets quite accurate. So the spatial referencing is done using the AIS data. We don't collect data from one vessel, we aggregate the data, and this gives us an accurate river depth estimation. So that is the practical setup. Very basic. So you've seen the modern way of echo sounder. What's the actual way that most rivers are used or charted today? We have two people on the starboard side and one on the port side, and it's not very visible, but they have a marked bamboo stick most of the time, white, black, white, the same on the other side. And these guys, when they see that the water is getting shallow, they start putting their stick into the water, and they're using their free hand to indicate to the captain on the bridge how deep the vessel or how deep the stick goes. So if the stick goes 4 marks, they put 4 fingers. On the port side, the same guy, and maybe he puts 2 fingers. What does the captain do? He goes to the side where there are 4 fingers. Hopefully, he won't ground the vessel. So that's how today most bathymetric surveys are done. I mean, real-time surveys. Sadly enough, there's also a war for talent on the human capital here. Most youngsters don't want to stand in the sun for 12 hours anymore and just putting a stick in the water for the rest of their life, so they can't find the people to perform these tasks anymore. So that is echo sounder. And how do we make charts today? We have a piece of paper and we have some very artistic AB seafarer on board, creative seaman, and he makes a chart, he puts the chainage, he puts certain markers, he marks where the river is shallow, and this is very artistic but not very digital, not very easy to update. So that's 98% of the river charts today. Oh, I've seen this one. We go back. Oops. Did I lose you? No. I'm seeing a different screen here. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was too fast. Thank you. So we acquire the data, we process the data, we do the depth estimation, we generate the chart, and then we visualize the chart. Hopefully, Alex has a nice app. We're still looking at it, so I'll talk to him later during dinner. We are still figuring out the mapping of the data. How do we work? Oops, I hope it's coming. I don't know. I'll see if I switch. No? Is the data coming through? I'm expecting to see my charts. I don't know. Should I unplug? Ah. Maybe it's the laser. Ah, there it is. Oops. That's different what I see, but okay. So basically, we divide the planet in 5 meters, 5 by 5 meter tiles, and each tile gets a depth value, and this allows us to have a 3-dimensional view of the river. It's actually quite small data sets. I mean, if you take a full river, it's a lot, but if you calculate it, because we take the 5 by 5, we have a 25 square meters per tile, and we actually call them pixels, and we have about, like a picture, pixels, we have about a 12 megabyte picture, gives us about 300 square kilometers of data. So as to show you that the data sets are easy to send to mobile devices. This, of course, interesting common sense technology caught the attention of the NASA. Actually, the NASA, they have a lot of satellites, but they have no echo sounders. So they are giving us their data, and we're giving our field data, so they can validate and calibrate their river data sets. Everybody is looking now at the Congo, not because of the war, but because it's the country with the most resources, rare earth metals in the planet, easy to mine, but it's a very difficult logistics transport environment. The only thing that's been there for thousands of years is the Congo River, which is a very dynamic river system. So we're collaborating with the University of Kinshasa and the NASA to give the local skippers, the ones that use the Congo River, accurate depth charts so that hopefully they can transport a lot of cargo safely and swiftly from the east side of the Congo to the west side, to the Atlantic, and then the ships can take that or to the United States or maybe Europe, depends who wins the geopolitical situation. So that is part of the stuff. There we go. So that was the presentation. That's me. I have one more little movie that I want to show. Once we make the charts, we actually would like, oops, it's coming, no. Ah, there we go. I can start the movie. So the top part is a container vessel. It's actually a banana carrier, fast-moving fruit carrier with the bananas in the reefer containers. And while it's moving, we're displaying the bathymetric charts that we have generated from data collected from other vessels. So that is, hopefully we can provide these types of charts for many rivers around the world.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Yep. Any questions for Chris in the audience?
That must mean I've explained everything quite well.
Absolutely. It's really good to see a real-world application, and as you say, with rare earths and all that. Oh, we have a question here. Right, let me.
Yes. Hello. I just had a question about you introduced your speech saying that you were using CS for one part, basically common sense.
Yeah.
But then you said also that there was something else also. Did I miss something, that you were working with something new also? Other stuff?
No, the common sense is that, like, if we don't have echo sounder data and there is a vessel track with the latitude, longitude, and the draft of the vessel, we can make basic charts. Like in the Congo, it's very hard to get the devices on the ground, and we are just collecting tracks and seeing where the vessels are going and actually making navigation charts based on tracks, which has nothing to do with the depth, but we assume if a vessel goes from A to B without stopping, that it didn't ground. So a vessel that has equal or less draft should be able to do the same. So those are some common sense technology. Also, on the large container vessels, which can be 400 meters long, the echo sounder is probably not in the same location as the antenna, so we have to do some basic geometry to actually position the value that's collected by the transducer and do the offsets calculation to make sure it's plotted in the right position on the chart. So there is some small adjustments that I'm happy to hear most of the people here working with data have to make some adjustments to the data to make it compatible with the real world. Next question.
Great, yeah, we have time for one more.
So if I understood correctly, the AIS gives you the position which you then match with the depth. Why not just use GPS or the global?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Is that on the 400-meter vessel, we are in a kind of a cage of Faraday, and we could probably put a smartphone in front, near the window, and collect the data. But for getting the heading of the vessel, to correct the offset of the echo sounder, we need a correct heading, and this is not provided by a one device. You need to have more. I mean, you need to have the compass of the ship that's also fused with the GPS data. So there is more metadata provided by the AIS pilot plug that's not provided by a single GPS device. So that's and also the GPS signals. The ships, the vessel's antenna is basically on top of the bridge, so that has a very nice view of the satellites. While if I put my smartphone or a GPS device near the window, I'm probably losing already half of the sky. So the accuracy and updates are much better using the AIS data.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
We'll move on. Thank you.
See you during dinner.
Okay. Next presentation is Leon from TechPlay, AIS for data-driven maritime operations. So, there we go.
Thanks. Great to be back on the AIS Summit. It's been a while, but Carsten, thank you for organizing again. And I always love it to hear the stories about how to collect data, but that's not the area that TechPlay has stepped into. We actually started looking on how can we use that data to actually make the world trade, to the cargo that is being moved around the globe, how to make that efficient. And that is where we started off back in 2015. So my name is Leon Gommans, founded TechPlay like 10, 11 years ago, and our mission and vision is really to to expose and eliminate the inefficiencies and the risks in ports and actually in the cargo movement on that part. I will show you a couple of the applications that we have been developing, but some of the background. Sometimes people ask, what are you doing? And then I still find it hard to make a very simple thing about tracking and tracing, but I see that we are a context broker, as I call it, in real time, that is actually showing the data that has been collected in real time, so you can make operational decisions, so you can improve operations. And the way we have done that is by collecting all the data that is available. So AIS is a very important and main source that we are using, but we're combining it with lots and lots of other information. So we basically need to know, how does a port look like? What is the berth? Where does a pilot embark? What are the areas where tugs are picking up the vessels? All these kinds of things that play a role in moving cargo around the globe, that have a function, either for waiting, either for doing discharging of cargo operations. So we combine that data in what we love to call our digital twin, which is actually, if I often refer to it, our storytelling engine. It's not talking dots on the map anymore. It's talking stories. Stories on what is the vessel doing, what did happen. It was anchored, it was sailing towards this port, it was at berth, it changed directions, these kind of things. On TechPlay, we have a global customer base, and I think we are focusing on ports. So what you also clearly see reflected in our customer base is that we do have a lot of different customers. We have ports, port authorities as customer, we do have a lot of terminals as customer, but also shipping lines, agents, and all the suppliers that are in one or the other way involved in the operations of vessels in ports. Based in Rotterdam, and for us it doesn't really matter what a vessel is moving. We're looking at vessels and we try to enhance the knowledge that we can collect on top of that. So what is it that we do bring in that sense? We actually are moving from visibility, we bring visibility to the operations, and we bring visibility on what is actually the performance on what is happening in these kind of type of ports. And there are two pillars, I would say, that we focus on. First of all, and that was where we started off, how can we actually help people who are dealing in operations with vessels to run their operations smarter? That means smarter decision making. When will the vessel be there? Did this already happen? Was the pilot already embarked? which tug was involved at what kind of operation, all kinds of things that you either need to pay for or that you need to manage, that you need to do in that sense. And what we have developed over time is what we call our control tower, port reporter, which is actually monitoring and providing predictions for the vessels that you are that you do have to deal with. So you can see them on the map. You can see where they are, which part of the process that they are, and you can become proactive and being also alerted on things that are happening at this point in time. So if the pilot embarks, we can send you a message that might be an important trigger for you to start doing something. Or we can actually say, like, 3 hours before the vessel will arrive at my terminal, I want to be notified. All these kind of things that people need to be aware of in order to start operations or start doing things at the right moment in time. Of course, that is the operational perspective, the monitoring, the control tower, but you also can move towards the planning, of course. And then once you start integrating the data points that I was just mentioning, like when will the vessel arrive, if you link that to your planning, you can kind of get also insights in, will my planning still hold? Do I need additional things, activities to take place in the planning? Plan to have the right resources at the right moment in time. And thirdly, other operational tools. Of course, the vessel is one part of a process. The terminal is putting the cargo from the vessel on the shore. Other things need to be integrated. So we also support with the data that we are deriving from the AIS, all kinds of operational processes in port. And the second part, we are working in the world of operations, and if you're running operations, it's in the here and now, right? That is the things that need to be decided now. But in the long run, you actually continuously want to improve. You want to improve your efficiency of the operation, because in the end, there will always be someone who starts to outperform you if you do not keep track of your processes. So that is the second part where we are really focusing on. So our engine is collecting all these timestamps of all these events that I was just mentioning, which were reflected in the control tower. But all these elements are collected for every terminal, for every vessel, for every port. And based on that, you actually have the measurements that give you insight on how well am I performing, how well is my terminal performing, how well is this type of vessel performing at this type of terminal or these terminals. And that helps you actually to get the insight in what is the performance, where am I losing time, and where can I actually continuously improve on what is happening. So those measurements are key, and because we are having this fantastic global visibility with AIS, we are actually able to bring that level of transparency on processes into the game as well. And if you're doing that, if you measure performance, you can use that for improving your internal processes. But also we see that it is being used for benchmarking. So you can compare how well am I doing it against my competitors? How are they doing it performance-wise? If this terminal, do I need to wait longer for this type of vessel? What is the average? The congestion was mentioned. A lot of the points that were mentioned in the earlier, or use cases that were mentioned earlier, are captured in these kind of tools. So these are the words, but I thought also let's bring some pictures on how does it look like. What is it? How can you bring it to make it concrete? So if we're talking about the operational tools, I'm talking about the future and the now. So what is the current situation and what is going to happen? So that's basically predictions, and that is current status. And because we're measuring, one of the things that what you see is the picture, the vessel on the map, but we have translated into processes. So we are able to actually monitor these type of processes. So this is our control tower. So in the inbound process, we can have a look at what is the time the vessel will arrive, or is the pilot already embarking? And I can be notified on the channels I choose to be alerted on these type of things. So you are continuously on top on what you want to see. Of course, these are the communication channels that you can use, mail, the app, SMS, or even receive a phone call. Of course, everything is API driven, so you also can integrate it into your system. So this is where you can be informed on, but we are automatically detecting it. And these are the timestamps that we, for every vessel worldwide and every port, are detecting. So that means like, when is the 120 nautical mile before port? When is the 80 nautical mile before port? arrival at port, arrival at berth, pilot on board, tugs alongside. All these events we are continuously capturing, even the alongside operations. So that gives this enormous visibility that you can use in the here and now in your operational tooling to be alerted, to be notified on those. Yep. But also move towards the operational excellence, the continuous improvement. You want to learn from history, what did happen? And of course, if you combine all this data, and this is a kind of aggregated picture showing it, you can look at the port turnaround time, one of the key metrics that is there. And of course, you can look at the overall duration of a vessel in a port. We can divide it up in all the different areas, like the anchorage time, the steaming in time, the berth time. We can look at the nautical service providers, what was happening over there, or what was the performance at the infrastructure, like a berth, like a terminal, etc. And you see the trend lines over time. You can zoom in, of course. If you move into the anchorage areas, you can actually see like what was the distribution, how many vessels were there, and how is it developing over time as well, or how is it distributed amongst the different terminals that are available in that port. And it's all linked back again to the visits of the individual vessels. And if you zoom in again, you can actually see again this whole process translated to the details on what was happening. It had 2 terminal visits, there were alongside operations going on, pilots were going on board. So you have insights, and you can also understand that it was actually happening. It's really factual, you can play it back, and you can use this for your improvement mechanisms and connect. And as mentioned last, you can of course benchmark your maritime operations. Some of the benchmarks that we have written on the US ports, on parcel tankers and the different stops within a port, or the different ports on board durations and what to expect. I think that is in a summary what we are doing with AIS data and how we are try to bring it to value for our customers.
Thank you, very good. Thank you. Okay, we have a question over here.
Hi, thank you, and very comprehensive. What I wanted to understand is, you showed a few data points like first line ashore, all fast, anchor up, anchor down. How are you collecting that data points?
Good point. We are deriving knowledge from what we have learned from the history. So we do have estimations. These are basically estimations on what is happening in these typical data points. And we've done quite some research on how accurate is it. You still have a factual, the statement of facts that is actually being used by the captains and these kind of things. But for purposes of improvement, for purposes of running your operations, having a first indication of these timestamps or that is already a significant impact. And what we do for many cases is blend in customer data into this. So you have both the measured data or the assumed data and the customer data. And it can also be about cargo type or these kind of things.
So if I understand it correctly, that means you are then running this with the actual history and making sure that your estimations are correct? Is that what it is?
That is what we have done over time to validate whether our assumptions or models are correct. So these are basically models that are being run. And of course, there is still, in those kind of things, there is still a reality where you actually do measure. But for vessels alongside, for instance, or the tug alongside, we can have the playback option. You actually can see like this was when the vessel was alongside, etc.
So may I ask, since you benchmarked, what is the sort of accuracy that you've got on a median level?
Sorry, what was the question?
Since you modeled it, what is the accuracy that you've seen on a median level across for all these events?
Well, yeah. We have done lots and lots of research on those and compared them. So it is very, very accurate. It's up until the minutes level. So for most of the cases, it is absolutely perfect to run the analysis and the improvement programs.
Any more questions? If not, I have one quick question. I've worked with a number of companies, building digital twins for major construction projects. But how would a port use a digital twin you know, in its operations? Is it just for planning, or is it for analysis of accidents? How would they use the digital twin?
Digital twin is the word we use. There are many different ways on how a digital twin can be defined, but basically the cargo operations are being done globally around the globe. Vessels are moving around, so what we have built in essence, because we measure all these timestamps and we have those models, we call it the digital twin of the cargo movement in that sense, and also of the port and port operations. Yeah.
Understood. Okay, great. Okay, no more questions? Great, thank you, Leon.
Okay.
The third presentation of the four, we've got Rene from Vessel Data talking to the ocean. So it'll be an interesting one. Rene, over to you.
Good, there we go. Almost the last one. Every day, we receive, there are more than, I think, 100 of millions AIS messages being broadcast by ships around the globe. And what if we could talk to that data? Ask what's really happening at sea. Today, I'll try to show you how we made it possible. It's called AIS GPT. One moment, I'm a little bit too fast. It's called AIS GPT. An assistant where we combine AIS data with all kind of other maritime sources in order to get insights about what's moving, why, and where. I think nowadays the challenge isn't that the scarcity, it's more or less an overload of data. Yeah? We're having AIS data alone, but if you're going to fuse it with other sources like ownerships, managers, sanctions, emissions, maybe even weather, or on-premise data of the client themselves, it's getting, you're getting silos of data. So the question was a little bit, how do we make them speak to each other? What's normally used a team to take a day to analyze, we now like to do in seconds, simply by asking the question. Well, as mentioned, we like to make maritime data conversational. Well, whether it's a port authority, a ship owner, manager, a researcher, or even an intern, they all should be able to ask a question. Well, everybody said never give live demos, so let's try it. One moment. Well, nowadays, everybody knows ChatGPT. In order to do it a little bit fast, I prepared a few prompts. And let me copy a few. Okay. Today we're in Hamburg, so we like to know a little bit about the port. I'm going to ask her, I recognize this is a little bit slow, but no, we'll see when it comes up. Ask him, give me an overview of the container vessels currently in the port of Hamburg. And then identify those and make a pie graph of it based on the dimensions, I think. Well, luckily it's doing something. There's a small table. It's still a little bit processing. So let's see, it made a table. It gave us a sort of an overview of a few vessels over there. Well, maybe the next question. Let's see. I saw here a list with some names. Let's take the Zephyr Lumos. So I'm a little bit, did I write the name correct? Yeah. I'm a little bit curious how long this vessel is alongside. At the end, the answer is always as good as the data which is behind, which is sometimes really a challenge. And on the other hand, it's also important. Now I get an error. Let's see. That's a question. Okay, maybe another question. Or ask it again for a different vessel. I think it's getting stuck. Oh, I see what's wrong. One moment. I lose connection also. It's back, eh? I'm just going to tell him that what he sees here is the port of Hamburg. So, check again. I have a few more questions, so we don't give up that easy. What I actually didn't well in my question, and also which is not really now into the system, because this is the, I should have mentioned that maybe in the beginning, this is more or less the minimum viable product of our AIS GPT. So it's really the first version. And now it gives an answer. And because I asked about the port of Hamburg, but yeah, what is the port of Hamburg? If I do not have clearly defined that in a data set or in my prompt, then maybe it takes part of the elbow with it. Now, it says something. One day in 10 hours. Maybe one last question, because I think I only have 10 minutes. Let's see. I know that we have some markers for sanctioned vessels. So those are the red ones in this case. So here is one which is called the Shusha. I don't know. Because we also have an interface with sanctioned data. I just put the mic down. Losing connection. Okay. I'm just going to ask him about a deep dive in the sanctioned data of the vessel Susha, and to make sure it takes the right one, I also give him this MMSZ number. No. Pretty exciting, eh? Looking to the steering wheel. Let's see where it comes up with. It begins a little bit telling what it's doing, gathering information. It's flagged as a vessel of interest because of that. Now, and here we have some data from Open Sanctions. That's a very good data source. It tells a little bit why it is sanctioned and where it is. No. I don't dare to ask more questions because you never know. What you've seen here a little bit is a very initial beginning, how we can talk to data. What I like to emphasize is that you can add relational databases, but also text documents or other database with text documents. It doesn't matter that much. At the end, it then depends on the quality of the data which is behind of it. And with these language models, you can just talk to your data. That's it from my side. I think simple. Ships talks all the time, and we learned a little bit how to listen. Thank you.
Thanks, René. It's a sort of Alexa for the maritime world, isn't it? It comes across
something like that, eh?
Anybody got any questions for René? Carsten.
Carsten Bullemer. What is the foundation model behind this? Are you using ChatGPT or something?
We have some local language models behind of it, and you can choose actually which language model to play. But for the moment, we're having some local running, which performs best.
Just a quick question from me. Is this going to be a closed system? In other words, you provide it and people can interrogate it, or could they, could somebody get it and then load in all the different data sets that they have and query those?
Yeah, that's actually a little bit question I'm also having to the audience. What will be our business model? Because it's quite difficult, I think.
Anybody, would anybody like to see this and be able to put their own data in and query their own data with this?
Honestly, we have developed something similar, and we are also still using the business model for it. But maybe somebody here knows something.
What I see a lot in all those dashboard-orientated applications, which are of course very good, and it's built on feedback from customers, etc., etc. So yes, but I think still sometimes somebody from a department is having a different question, which is not in a dashboard. And if you combine this with a sort of a language chat interface, well, why not?
Okay, we got one question here at the back.
Can I ask a question regarding the quality of the data? Because as I know that if you use local LLMs, sometimes quality is not so good. How do you handle this? I mean that...
Sorry, what was the beginning of your question?
I mean that you use local LLMs, yes?
Yes.
And if you use local LLMs, sometimes quality of the answer is not so good. So how do you handle this? How do you pre-train local LLM to have a good quality in your context?
What is important is that your instructions which are behind of it are good. And we have different layers of instructions behind of it, and in order to that the language model understands where the data is about and what is in the data, and that is important.
One final question, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Charlie, Blue Shadow. Hey, I just saw, we saw a great presentation just a minute ago about analyzing port operations and best practices. If you were to put this kind of a query on top of that data to predict performance and then suggest improvement opportunities, I think that could be a good combination. Just an idea for development of your product.
Yeah, thank you. I thought the same when I saw it coming along, and yeah, I think so.
Great, thank you very much again. Very good, very good. We'll move on to the last presentation now. Okay, last presentation before Carsten buys us all a beer, which he will explain. Annette buys the beer. Ah, the one in charge, yes. So last presentation, we'd like to welcome Pierre from Sea Routes, who's going to come down and finish the afternoon off. And then after this, Carsten's going to give you all the briefing on what's happening with the gala dinner and the buses and all that sort of stuff, I hope.
Before we make a little roundup.
Thank you, guys. All right. So I'm told I'm the last thing between you and beers. Let's see how this goes. All right, so let me try to boot this up and see if it transmits. All right, cool. Beautiful. So my name is Pierre. I met Carsten 8 years ago, and before that, I didn't know what AIS was. And since then, I haven't stopped working with it. So here's one application. We founded C-Roots together in 2019, and I'll show you one of the applications of AIS in C-Roots. Maybe just to start, how reliable is our status codes in AIS? Very reliable, not so reliable, not so reliable, right? So not so reliable. And so people usually defer back to using geofencing to mitigate this, to try to figure out if vessels are at berth or not. How many of you guys use geofencing? All right, so lots of people. Sorry, there's going to be some interest in this room. All right, so I'm going to tell you about geofencing a little bit. So geofencing, for people that don't know, it's using AIS, or just basically checking if a position is inside a polygon, inside a fence, right? So if the dot is inside the polygon, then it's true. If it's outside the polygon, it's a false, right? And people usually use that to figure out if the vessel is at berth or not. So you can use it for anchorage, so figuring out if the vessel is at anchorage or not. What happens when there's lots of congestion? Your polygon is too small and you don't catch all the events. Or if the GPS signal is not too good, then maybe that doesn't work. You have berth and you check outside. Or if you want to check a behavior that's something else than just a dot in a square or a dot in a circle, then you can't do it, right? So geofencing doesn't always work. And so I'll show you, maybe I'll put this full screen. I'll show you what we did at C-Roots to mitigate this. So this work's been published. You can read about it in these two publications. So I'm just going to do a summary. If you're interested, just go check this out. I didn't do most of the work. I was just a guy just providing the data pretty much. The work was done by Raphael, who did his PhD with us at C-Roots, and he was supervised by Valentin, who's one of the professors at the Lab of Computer Science, and Celia, who's working at C-Roots, implemented the work of Raphael into our algorithms. So here's the problem. I realize we're doing math just before beers, but you'll be with me for a second. So let's say we want to detect these 4 types of behaviors, so moored, underway, anchored, and drifting, but we'd like to do it just from AIS, not from a dot inside a square. So the problem, as you want to pose it, is given an AIS trajectory, can I find a model to predict the state? So Y could be any of these 4 states. Yeah, so the idea is just to use AIS to figure this out. This is how people tackle spoofing. We heard about this today. And in a previous AIS Summit, there was somebody that was talking about illegal fishing. That's also the type of models they use to try to detect illegal fishing patterns. So it's very typical. So maybe the first thing we did is you can't just use AIS raw because there's geographical bias. So let's say I wanted to use heading, for instance, in the port of Los Angeles. In the terminals that we see, if I plot the distribution of heading in Los Angeles, I'll see that basically when vessels are at berth, you have some dominant headings that come out, and that's because of just the berth are oriented. So if you just try to use raw AIS, you would end up having one distribution for every port or every terminal, pretty much, and so that wouldn't be able to work. So you have to remove that geographical bias first. And then the second question is, which parameters in AIS do you use? I realize there's lots on this slide, so stay with me. I'll just walk around. So basically, if you have one thing to remember from this slide is that you can use speed over ground, drift, and then the variance of speed over ground and heading. These are 4 parameters that work really well to predict the state of a vessel, these 4 categories. So here's one way to look at it. Sorry, that's good. Thank you so much. So I don't put in the I, huh? All right, fair enough. So if we look at drift, for instance, and I wanted to use just this variable to predict the state of a vessel, it'd be really hard because, you know, at a given port, whether you're moored, anchored, or drifting, you know, the drift that you'll get from AIS is, it'll be the same. Same for speed over ground. I mean, if you're on the way, then your speed is high. That makes sense. If you're at berth, then your speed is close to 0. That makes sense as well. However, at close to 0, whether you're drifting at berth or moored, it's pretty much the same. So I can't really differentiate the 3 states just based on speed, right? I have to do something else. So we looked at all these features in featured engineering. It looks like these 3 work best. We also looked at how far back in time on the AIS trajectory we have to go to make sure the models are high, or the accuracy is high. It just turns out that if you look at 40 seconds, you're pretty good to go. You don't need to go too far back in time to predict the state. And we looked at different combinations of these variables or these features, and it turns out that you don't need a lot of those. If you use 6 of them, you're pretty good to go. So, you know, bottom line on what we looked at is you can use these 4 features to predict the state of the vessel without having to use geofencing. And so I'll show you some of the results. So yeah, just maybe a word on the data sets first. So, you know, not so many vessels we looked at, but in total there's enough data points that, the math makes sense. And in the Port of Los Angeles, for the different models we used, random forest worked best. So maybe before I get that, I asked at the beginning, how accurate are status codes in AIS? Not too accurate. Turns out drifting, just by itself, is very inaccurate. It's very rare that actually captains change the status of the vessel when they're drifting. And at anchorage or underway, pretty accurate, so they do change their status code, but it's not always the case, right? So if you rely just on that, that doesn't really work. Now, just based on these features, with random forest, you get very good accuracy for finding underway or moored, so that works really well. And that works much better than transformer networks or LSTM that is in the paper, which are neural networks with memory. Transformer networks are used for large language models, for instance, to predict what the next words would be, and they've been very, very accurate at doing this. Cool. So there's more in the papers. You can have a look at that. We've made the choice at Sirius to not use geofencing to build tools, so in particular routes. Obviously, we get positions time series from our AIS provider. We get traces that we clean, but the events we get are from this machine learning model, and that allows us to do routing. So I thought I would do a quick demo. This is what it looks like. Oops. So if I go to, so first what it looks like into little prototypes. So for instance, I look for Shanghai, Oslo, we can change the date, whatever the date before, with CMA. So here's a couple of routes. We maxed it out at 5 for this demo. Here's a couple of routes, and here's a service. So you can get a COSCO vessel that departed August 17th, arrived Rotterdam 25, and then a feeder afterwards that goes 27 to 28 in Oslo. And these events, everything that's here, this is coming from this machine learning model that I just showed you. So no geofencing. So we could use that obviously for other types of behaviors. What's nice is that these appear on the trajectory. So you can see probably that it's typical trajectory. Vessel is kind of drifting, waiting for the terminal to come in, and then you get the transshipment in the port. So yeah, that's right. I'm just about done. I wanted to tell you that all of this is available via APIs. So, you know, if you want to route, let's say from, so okay, I can go back here. Here, if we go to a documentation, let's say I want, just going to copy paste this guy. So nowadays, API documentation, I'm sure you guys have some APIs as well. It used to be that you would have to scroll down the endpoint and so forth to check how to use it. But nowadays, you can just basically ask a question. So how would I find the historical route from September, from Shanghai to Oslo, from a CMS CGM ship? And so basically, this goes into our docs, figures out how to place a request, and then prepares it for you. So it tells me you got to use this v3 root endpoint, put that payload, and then you're good to go. So I'm just going to do this with you guys. Here's one. Go here. Okay, so I asked for a historical route, Shanghai, Oslo at a given day. And what I get is a set of routes executed around that date. And you get in there the arrival and so forth, and for each of the leg, the carriers that operated and the port calls. So all these port calls, Shanghai, Ningbo, all this is fine with the same method I just demoed. Ah, too fast. Oh, it's still generating the answer. I am. Wow. You'll just have to trust me. So. It's funny because this is coming from the USB thing, obviously. All right, we'll just leave it at that. So basically, he gives me a query here, tells me how to do that request, and then after that, I copied, paste, made that request, and saw the trajectory. Huh? All right, I can just comment on that. Cool. Is he going to do the? Yeah. So basically, he went into our docs, figured out which endpoint to use, what the payload looks like, and so forth. And then copied this into somewhere to place the query and then get the response. Good, okay. So let's go back now. Yeah, good. All right, so that's what I wanted to show. Yeah. Available here for historical routing. Why would you use this? Here's a few applications. Yeah. So typically you would get routes from to a given date. You would want the geometry to place this in like your fleet management tool or whatever. But more interestingly, you could get reliability. So give me the routes between Shanghai, Rotterdam, CMA, compute transit time, min, max, average, and so forth. So I can get average transit time. Compute historical CO2 emissions for these routes, compute the average, and so forth. So it's typical of what C-routes would do. Cool, and that's it.
Great, thanks, Peter. Okay, we've got time for a question, so here we go.
Thank you. I'm Cesar Benma from the Port of Rotterdam. For training your model, how did you get the correct navigational statuses?
Yeah, so we couldn't use just the raw navigation status from AIS. We just validated that it doesn't work. So we had actually somebody label this by hand. Took him a while, but he was doing his PhD thesis, so he had lots of time, so he did it.
Okay, probably time for one more quick one. Any? Yeah, one at the end.
I just wanted to share the drifting. No captain wants to put drifting there. So that's why you get the error or whatever the low percentage that you get.
Cool, yeah, good remark. So 003. So that's 8 captain out of 100. They do it. That's 92 that don't do it.
Yeah. Great, okay. First of all, let's thank our 4 presenters. I think they've been very, very good. It's been a very good session. I think now we're going to have a sort of very quick review of things that have come out of the day's presentations, and then we'll move on to doing the arrangements. Oh, there's those young men again. Look, it's up there. And then we'll work out what happens for this evening.
So, yeah, I mean, first day is almost done. I think it was a very interesting one. We had a lot of presentations in this 10-minute mode. The only one who followed my instruction was not to use PowerPoint was George Best, so thank you for this. All the others came again with PowerPoint, including myself, so shame on me. What else did we learn, Peter? What I also learned is that there are also some new kids on the block. When we all go into retirement, the Johns, the Gerts, then there are some new faces, which makes me a bit happy. What have you learned?
Actually, I think that even after so many years and so many changes in the AIS, people are still trying to do something new. So from what I saw today, it seems that always new projects will be born, always new startups. That's good for the future.
Yeah, it was interesting from the satellite perspective. You know, more and more data becoming available. Some of the new tools to identify position or fingerprinting, you know, they're not really new. You know, we've been talking about, you know, fingerprinting and locational verification for an awful long time. So you know, it's still a technology that is, you know, to me still to be proven, and then obviously working out how that could be applied. I thought one of the most interesting presentations or most interesting themes that we looked at was the worldwide AIS network, because as that was being described by Owen, you know, the one thing that jumped to the front of my mind was Spotify. You know, it's if you think about it, you know, the sort of the musical artists out there, you know, hated Spotify when it came along because it was a very cheap way of getting hold of their data. And I think probably most of them still hate it because, you know, you play a track and they get 0.0000001 cent or whatever. But it opened up, you know, music to anybody to listen anywhere. And maybe in the future, with all these different AIS data sets that are becoming available, it has to go through, or it doesn't have to, but if it went through one, you know, means of access, and somebody wanted to get tactical AIS data that was refreshed every, you know, 20 seconds, they could get it from this Spotify for AIS and pay a high price. If a university wanted to get a year's worth of data, you know, with a ship every 3 days, then they could get it and pay a different price. So, you know, that was a thought. Whether it will actually come to fruition, because again, being a data provider of old, it would be, oh wow, you know, I'm not giving my data away, you know, like that. It's a challenge to overcome. But a number of you have mentioned business models, and we have to work out a business model that makes us a lot of money in the future. But at the moment, we're still struggling along with very old business models, I think. So.
Yeah, so I also say that this idea from Owen to reward the data providers with something is, yeah, I'm really interested to see how this development goes. This also gives a little bridge to the day tomorrow, because there is a similar project from my Ukrainian friend Valera, who's also here, but tomorrow he gives his presentation about his cryptocurrency and how that could be used to reward AIS data sharers. And yeah, are there some remarks from the audience or some questions or something? Otherwise, Amrit?
Sorry. I just wanted to ask what people think is the future for terrestrial AIS.
Personal-wise, I would think it's still the best and the basic data, which is easy to collect, is cheap to collect, and that's in combination with ship-based AIS could be giving you almost the full picture. And then, of course, you need to have the satellites when you are looking into regions which are not so populated. But for the normal urban environments, I would say that this is almost good enough.
One of the things I've kind of noticed versus previous AIS summits is exactly as you said, Karsten. You know, years ago there were lots of people from China, and now the world is much more split up, and there's lots. You know, it's geopolitically we're in different spheres now, and that is very different than it was before. And I think actually, satellite AIS in a way is the thing that breaks that open, because you can, at least for now, you can track signals from space regardless of which jurisdiction you're in. But we've all seen on the terrestrial side that if countries want to stop it from happening, that they can put a lot of forces at work. And so that's just something I've really noticed compared to previous AIS summits and the way the industry has changed. And then also with spoofing, you know, it used to be people would just transmit AIS and you'd receive it, and now there's all sorts of metadata that's becoming important as a way to figure out, well, what do they actually mean? What are they actually doing? So I'm kind of interested as people that are part of the AIS industry is, you know, do we see this collectively as a threat? Does this impact our industry? Is there a way we should be working together to address this? I don't know. It's an open question for me.
I mean, I discussed it with Peter the other day. We think, can you predict the future? What will happen? Maybe we are all friends again tomorrow, or it will get worse?
To predict what we want or what we expect?
Predict what you get?
From geopolitical, it's hard to predict, but as you mentioned, the previous one, AIS Summit, the focus was on illegal fishing, for example. Now almost nobody talks about illegal fishing, but I'm sure it still exists. Now everybody talks about sanctions, oil, ship-to-ship transfer. That's the new topic of the day. So it's difficult to say what will happen even in 2 or 3 years. Maybe we will have another topic of the day. Nobody will talk about oil, maybe something new. Like with AI, it happened. Everybody talks that these days this bubble and so on and so on. However, soon or later this bubble will burst. But you remember that the same has happened with .com bubble. What has happened? Actually, .com bubble was the event which created the internet. So after each bubble, we have something new, more stable, of course. Many players will disappear from the market, but some will continue to exist. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just commenting on what we have observed from 2008 up until now when we're working on applications, and that is, once you can demonstrate trust and value, it's easy to develop applications that are using AIS. There's an ADS-B transponder on every aircraft. When you fly on Lufthansa, you don't worry about them turning it off. They have it on because they recognize the benefit it provides to them. So what we are seeing when we're connecting ships to pilots, to ports, to tugs, as they begin to see the benefit of everybody being informed to use their resources to the greatest efficiency, they want to make use of it. Those people who are looking to do something illegally are very quickly identified because of their behavior. So I'm a believer that AIS will become a strong source of data providing intelligence to improve efficiency so that we have air traffic control for ships once people know that it's being used for a positive, optimum use of resources irrespective of where you come from or where you're going.
So Peter said it's hard to predict the future. I can help you a little bit with this to predict at least the last or the next 2 or 3 hours. So maybe also the next day. So we are now closing here. The beer is waiting outside, especially for you, Adam, my friend. You look thirsty. Then we have our dinner. It is, please go to the, this, I don't know where this name comes from. So in fact, it's a dinner on the Reeperbahn, which, so nobody has to, some people called me, do I have to wear a smoking or a black tie or something? No, it's just a normal restaurant. So we will have some fun, some beer, some good food. And it's in the red light district, so those guys who are not here with her wife's
what happens there stays there. First, either you go there directly, or we also have a funny bus starting from here. So the bus will be here 5:30. There's a pickup, 5:30. So maybe we also make a mini city tour or something, because normally this is half an hour and not 1.5 hours, or somebody in the former times we have Guy Thomas singing song. So Guy is not with us, but maybe you can take it over. I don't know. So in long short, 5:30, we are trying to catch the bus. If people want to go directly, it's also not a problem. The dinner is without Alex, it would not be possible, so thank you very much for it. We also will have some awards, so the AIS Summit Awards will be given on this dinner. I just have to think about what these awards could be.
You have to make them up. Yeah.
So that's my next task. And then we see, and who has not applied for the dinner and now said, hey, I want to go there, probably we can talk to Annette, we can make things happen. So it's not, if you have not booked it in advance, there will be always ways. If you don't spend your evening lonely in Hamburg, that's what...
go to the Reaper
Or
bar,
maybe you have a better plan, so then it's up to you. And then...
the bus is one way. You have to make your own way home. That's the only thing. So the bus takes us there, but after that, getting home is up to us.
And if you survive the dinner and you like us, then there is another chance to see us, and this chance waits to you tomorrow morning, 9:30. Any final remarks?
Thank you all.
Okay, this was
Thanks,
good.
everyone.
Thank you.